It clarified that it has not announced any elections and the country is not currently in a campaign period, further affirming its readiness to engage with political leaders and stakeholders in efforts to rebuild public confidence in Kenya's electoral system. And still in matters, IEBC Public Service Cabinet Secretary Geoffrey Ruku has urged the IEBC to put up all necessary measures in readiness for all the pending by-elections and the 2027 general election. Speaking during a visit to Njoro in Nakuru County, CS Ruku said the IEBC must move with speed to ensure that all legal and logistical frameworks are in place well ahead of time. Ruku underscored the importance of maintaining the constitutional timelines, adding that Kenya's democracy depends on timely, transparent and credible elections. He dismissed criticism from opposition leaders accusing them of attempting to assume power through undemocratic means. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna has accused President William Ruto for ordering the shooting of Kenyans who commit crimes during protests. Speaking in Bungoma County, Sifuna said such remarks are fueling the animosity between Gen Z and police officers.
Kama sisi hatufiki 2027 hata wewe ufiki. Usipofika haufiki, nataka mseme asikie. Usipofika haufiki. Kwa sababu inawezekanaje wewe unatuambia tukungojee huko na unatupiga risasi. Juzi rais mzima anasimama anaambia polisi ati ukiona mtu anaandamana wewe piga yeye risasi ya mguu. How can a national leader asimame aambie polisi wafanye kitu kama hiyo? Na hawa ni polisi ambao wanapiga hata watoto wadogo bunduki wakiwa ndani ya nyumba. Sasa unaambia mtu anapiga watu risasi ndani ya nyumba, ataona mguu wapi?
Meanwhile, Sifuna has urged the new IEBC chairman and commissioners to expedite preparations for the upcoming general election, urging the chairman Erastus Edung at the Corn to ensure that the election is free and credible.
Kitu kingine, wewe unatuambia tungoje 2027 na marafiki zako wanatuambia mnapanga kuiba 2027. Saa hii tuko na IEBC. Mimi kama wakili najua sheria iruhusu mtu kuhujumu matokeo ya uchaguzi kama mtu ametangaza wazi kwamba anataka kuiba kura. Hawa jamaa Aseto na ndugu zake wengine wameingia IEBC juzi. Waite hawa wabunge ambao wanasema wataiba kura kwa ajili ya William Ruto waweze kujibu haya maneno, kwa sababu sisi tunangojea ile siku ambayo tutapewa kura. Haki ya Mungu by saa 2 Ruto atakuwa ameenda nyumbani.
On his part, Bumula MP Jack Wamboka has criticized the leaders of the Mulembe nation who forget the people after being appointed to key leadership positions.
Nyinyi mmekuwa mnapiga kura na kutoka 1963. Sisi tumekuwa na viongozi wale wanajiita ni viongozi wa Waluya kutoka 1963. Wakati kura inaisha wanasema wamesimama kura. Wakati kura inafika wenzao kina Raila Odinga, kina William Ruto, kina Uhuru Kenyatta wakiingia uwanjani, hao wanarudi nyuma wanaanza kutafuta mtu wa kusupport.
That's the news wire. I'm Lea Ubaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Waliletea fujo Moi mpaka wakapata cooperation. Wakakuja wakasumbua Kibaki mpaka wakachukua nusu mkate. Wamekuja wakazungusha Uhuru hapo mpaka wakaenda na handshake, program yetu ikapotea, BBI ikaendelea, tukazama, tukaingia kwa madeni. Sasa mimi nimewaambia, hii serikali hii, mimi nawaambia hii serikali ni ya mahasla. Hakuna nusu mkate, hakuna handshake, hakuna hiyo borojo.
Jana nimeona wale wazee tulishinda. Ati hiyo mzee akisema ati he'll not be coerced or intimidated to joining our government. Wewe mzee sikia. We have no business within our government. Hatuna haja na hatugojei wewe. We are not looking for you and we have no time. Stop saying that people can force you to come to this government. Forget about being forced or coerced. We are not interested because sisi tuko na kazi ya kufanya.
Kama kuna mtu ako na namba ya William Ruto, arekodi hii video mtumie. Maisha yangu tangu nizaliwe sijawahi kuona mtu muongo, mfisadi, baradhuli, dhabdhabina kama William Samoei Ruto.
Mimi Hassan Joho nikitaka kuongea, mimi I don't even dream of engaging with them. Ati huyu akitaka aje aongee sio na mimi niongee na Ruto nini? Mimi nikamtafute atanipa nini? Wilbaro.
I wonder.
Nilipeleka Wilbaro mimi la kimtaani la kucheza nalo zamani.
We have a choice to reject over 60% of these names or give President Ruto his skunk. Apart from a few individuals who are not even more than 8, the rest are incompetent, unqualified, have integrity issues, are people who cannot deliver this country from where it is to the next level that we want the country to move in.
A few moments later.
Now forwarded the name of John Mbadi Ngongo to the Ministry of National Treasury and Economic Planning. The Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy and Maritime Affairs.
Nguruwe kujiganga na mafuta yake. The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
One of the things that are ailing in our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state of, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, taking a look at what's happening this morning. Welcome to Monday. Not much happening on the roads, at least not for now. It's likely to be proper, but I think we're doing okay, at least for now. A quick look at the thicker superhighway means that we'll see some traffic as you then get towards the city, and you're coming off Mombasa Road. Right about now, there's quite a lot of traffic because the road outbound to the city is being worked on a Monday morning. Great. That means that we're going to see quite a lot of traffic. You can use an alternate route to get into the city. You might want to think about going the Changombe route, so you don't have to stick onto Mombasa Road. But all of this in time, we'll check and see what it looks like in a short while and try to keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4.
Good morning to you, and kicking into the 14th day of what? The 14th day of July. Very good morning. Good morning, Aseto. Good morning. How are you?
Salama.
Are you mirroring me?
I am mirroring you.
Okay.
Uko salama?
Niko salama. How are you doing?
Nashukuru sana.
Mr. Okari?
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Morning to you. How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Let me fix my microphone.
Okay.
I'm still settling down. My morning is good.
Your morning is good.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay.
Just trying to settle things. My weekend was all right.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you in Nairobi?
For part of it, yes.
Part of it, Nairobi? Okay. Where did you travel to?
I went to Ugunja.
You went to Ugunja?
Yes.
Ugunja.
Yeah.
The one and only Ugunja.
Yep.
Okay.
Where the former MP is currently the CS power.
Yep.
Okay. What are you doing in Ugunja? Sightseeing.
Mtawezi tembelea Kenya.
Tembelea Kenya. Oh, you love.
How is Ugunja?
It's all right. It was raining, and
Okay. Fish. Brought some fish.
Did I bring fish? No. I actually went for a funeral, guys. Calm down.
Oh, okay. But
you can still get
fish.
If
you go for funeral, you
can still buy fish.
Yeah.
Interesting enough, I didn't eat fish. I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I went Friday night and I was back Saturday night.
Okay.
It was quick.
Okay. It was the funeral of a friend?
Yes.
Okay.
Poleni sana.
Pole.
It's okay though.
Last time I was on those sides for funeral, I was covering a story of rented mourners.
Okay.
Did you encounter them? Aseto must have been one. Look at how he's laughing.
He's earned a penny or three.
I've just reminded you something. Rent a mourner.
Just reminded me of a moment. I remember when my brother passed on. So in Migori County, when we had gone to pick up the body, now coming back home.
Yeah.
And some people just showed up and they're like, we are his friends today, we don't want to be paid, we'll just be part of the procession with our borders, we'll make noise, we'll cry however much you want, and that's life. So it just reminded me of that moment. But yeah, they are rented mourners.
Those are sad moments, but there will be some very funny things going on.
You guy.
I was interviewing this group of young men who are telling me how much you paid them 500 a day, 500 for the day. So they come to the funeral home in the borders, and then they wait outside. When the body comes out, it's like on cue. Then they start wailing. So they actually did the wailing as I was recording. I'm filming them, so I said, so how do you do it? So they were tapping each other, they're killing each other. Then they started wailing.
On cue?
On cue. Like 15, 20 men on cue wailing.
And they wail.
Different sounds. And they cry. Like it's serious.
And they cry.
Yeah, they cry. At some point, I was like, even the tears are on cue.
Yeah.
So they paid for it.
Yeah.
You've never seen that? You didn't see that?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard it before.
You must have a budget. You must have a budget
for mourners.
Yes, there was actually a time in Kisumu city itself. There was a ban that brought a lot of issues.
Yeah.
Like you ban that, you will lose an election. It's that serious. Because what happens is they have to go through that procession. I mean, Aseto is here. Why am I even explaining?
Yeah.
Okay, but what I look, I get the concept. What I don't understand is it's a funeral. It's going to be a sad, affair anyway. So the mourning is going to be there anyway. People are going to be sad. Tears will flow.
Yes.
So is it to enhance the atmosphere or what is it? I've heard it before. I'm not saying it's not novel to me in terms of the concept.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about it again and I'm wondering, it's already a sad affair. It's not so. Why do we to make it all the more sad?
Yes, to just enhance the mood. I think to just the more they wail, the sadder the moment. I don't know. But then again, the very same people in the evening, once you crank up the volumes, they're there to dance, celebrate life.
Okay. The thing is, you have to go in style. So going in style means there has to be a procession.
Yeah.
There has to be, the larger the crowd, the well-abled you are. Your status symbol in the society is big if you have 100 motorbikes and people are buying whistles and people are blowing horns and screaming and wailing and shouting. So grieving families really spend money. The lowest amount of money at the time when I was doing the story, somebody was being paid was $6, which is 600 Kenyan shillings.
Wow.
Just as an estimate. So there are people actually who spend who have, when you're having your funeral, you have a budget.
Yeah.
There has to be a budget for hiring mourners to come. Yeah. If you don't do that, they will just come.
Yeah, they'll just come.
And then there's also budget
and
for
expect
foods.
to be paid something.
Of course.
Yeah.
They come so high.
It's called a befitting send-off.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you didn't see that in Ogunja?
No, not for this one.
Okay.
Not for this one. Okay. Interesting.
Right.
But I think it's a practice that is slowly dying.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
It is?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
How was your weekend, though?
Chill, man.
Chill.
Chill.
He slept. Today, he didn't say, I'm tired, I'm sleepy, so
Chill.
he must have slept.
I slept.
Oh, you always say that?
Yeah.
I slept.
Last week was tough for him.
Me, I'm well rested.
I can see. Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's how you
Very
say.
well. Yeah.
You say you slept, you say, I'm well rested.
Yeah.
Well
There's a
done.
difference between resting and sleeping. A very big difference.
I slept.
Sleep is for the poor.
I slept enough.
Sleep is for the poor.
Hey, I slept enough. Hey.
Dennis.
Rich people rest.
Hey.
Rich people rest.
Rich people just rest.
And richer people rest well.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, don't be angry.
I slept well.
While you were sleeping,
and resting.
Muhammad
Muhammad Buhari.
Buhari died. You guys. It's a very sad affair. Because meanwhile, let me tell you what we'll be talking about today.
No, you're in green in solidarity.
I mean, yes, I bleed green. Shoot to kill orders, a threat to civil freedoms or necessary for national stability. Samuel Pogisho was the former, or he is the former Senate Majority Leader and a former IT Minister. So the Cabinet Secretary, essentially what it was at the time, he was the minister. And Wajira Gikonyo is a transformative governance advocate and coach. She's going to join us with Sam Pogisho at 7 a.m. We'll be looking at that conversation. Number of things that we'll bring up this morning. So it'll be important for us to look into some of those. All right. So that's the conversation that we'll have with both of them at 7 a.m. and then looking into other conversations that we'll have this hour. Why am I confused? Sorry. What awaits IEBC ahead of the 2027 general election? So Friday, we heard from the High Court that the gazettement of these individuals, the Secretariat as well as the commissioners and everybody else that came into was then declared unconstitutional and that they were being barred from then swearing in. We then saw the notice from the Chief Justice that the swearing ceremony was going to take place on Friday. So, do whatever you want. James Oswago is a former IEBC CEO, and Professor Alfred Omenya is a policy and governance expert. We'll be having a conversation with them at 8 o'clock in terms of what awaits the IEBC, what awaits Kenya ahead of the 2027 elections. Finally, this morning, Eric Omondi is a community mobilizer and defender of Team Sisi Kwasisi is what he runs over. Dear Mr. President, there are a number of things that need to be said. We'll have that conversation with Eric Omondi at 9 a.m. So that's what it looks like this morning, and we'll get into some of the headlines and some of those details as we do. Dennis Aseto, you're taking us into a different country this morning, aren't you?
Guess where we are?
You want us to guess?
Yes.
Out of 54 nations?
Yes.
Okay, give us a clue.
One.
Uganda.
The former president just died.
Nigeria.
Niger baby. Okay. Are you going to do it in
How did he
English?
just move from East Africa to West Africa that fast?
Why
Because
not?
I can. Why
It's
not?
just a 4-hour flight.
Yeah.
No, because he can. Oh, you
Because
said
he
4-hour
can.
flight and he said he can.
Yeah, because he can. Miapa tu simbali.
Okay.
Okay, 5 hours.
Yeah, so Nigeria, over 250 ethnic groups. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. And 3 major ethnic groups, Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. Now, the Hausa of the Fulani come from the north and Yoruba southwest, Igbo southeast. Right? And religious diversity, Islam is dominant in the north, Christianity is dominant in the south and middle belt. That is among the Yoruba and Igbo. And there is also significant population practicing traditional African religions. Exactly. All right. Now, hospitality and community, we talk about Nigerians, are known for being friendly, communal, and deeply respectful of traditions, especially regarding greeting elders and family roles. It is in Nigeria where, especially when young people come, I've seen when they leave the city, go back home, they prostrate to the ground as a sign of respect.
Not even just going back home. You will not see your mother in the morning and not greet her by kneeling down.
Yeah. And our proverb today comes from the community of Yoruba. Yoruba. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked.
Bring the roof down.
Oh, I don't. Ignorance makes one realize the meat is not cooked. Yeah. I guess it's going along the same lines of ignorance is bliss.
Mm-hmm.
And that information, data, knowledge, education, without those things, then you would be going in the wrong direction, like eating raw meat.
True.
You know? Ignorance in some communities is actually seen as a sin. Yeah. People perish, literally. You eat raw meat that could be infested and you will die. Because you did not know. Ignorance. What does this say? My people perish for lack of knowledge.
Yep, lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
There's another one that says, in the days of the ignorance, God overlooked. So, my interpretation is still very inspirational. Like, if you don't know the signs of times, or you don't read or understand the seasons and times, like a farmer, you could be going to harvest when you're supposed to be planting. So a farmer has to know the season, the right season to do the planting, the right season to do the harvesting. Otherwise, if you're then ignorant, you'll miss out on your season. So it's important to just know which season you're in, and each season demands certain things to be done.
Yeah.
And so if you miss out, you know how they say, if you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Plan to fail, yes.
Exactly.
Yes. So my easy interpretation would be ignorance blinds one from realizing opportunity or value.
Opportunity of?
Opportunity or value. So you have all this, like, you have this meat that is great, it's really good for you to eat, but until when it's ready, you would never have it. But because you just want to have it because you're hungry, then you lose at enjoying the taste of the final product, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
So ignorance is like a blindfold.
Blindfold, yes.
It is, actually. And ignorance is very expensive.
Hey.
Extremely expensive.
Extremely expensive. Yeah.
There. Okay, guys, we can see that you guys are online this morning. Karibuni sana. Let's take a few minutes to recognize you, because it's always great that you join us in the room. I say it every day, but it doesn't lose its flavor, because it is true. There are folks who over the last couple of days have been tuning in, never having tuned in before, but then also giving a shout out. So great to have you guys in the room this morning. Good morning and welcome to another day. It's the 14th of July. So many things are happening. It's Bastille Day in France. It's essentially they're marking their independence, from themselves. But so that's happening, and getting into a number of things that we will this morning. Let's just say hi to you and thank you, because so many of you in the room already today. So that is great. Our audience on KTN, Karibu Sana. Your live streams are on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Welcome as we get into things this morning. Don Sabwa says, if SHA is working and good, why are MPs and CSs not on SHA 100% but have medical schemes? Dennis, please answer me. I don't know which Dennis, but you can think about it and answer Don. Why are members of parliament and CSs not 100% on SHA?
Because they are hell-bent on making sure that hospitals don't work subs.
There's your answer. Okay, according to Dennis Aseto. Robert Tubogo says, good morning from Mombasa. Desmond Otis, yeah, we know. There's a team who wears blue. And they won a match. It was significant last night, So congratulations to you. Salome was somewhere touting about like a peacock. So well done.
What are you talking about?
PSG and Chelsea played a match last night.
Yeah.
What was the match?
Club football.
Okay.
World.
Sorry, I don't watch football.
Oh, clearly.
Yeah.
World Club football. So, they beat PSG 3-0, I think.
And it's a big deal?
It's a big deal. Come on.
It is.
Yeah.
It is the World Cup.
It's the World Cup of football.
Clubs.
Of club football.
Club football.
Yeah.
Okay. But PSG is a big team, at least that I know.
Yeah, and Chelsea beat a big team.
Yeah.
And Chelsea's a small team?
Not really. I mean, okay, well, in the English Premiership.
At least we know that jerseys are loved by... Anyway, it's okay. Boda guys.
R says to Mefika, you're careful. Where? You think Subarus are bad? People who will support Chelsea will meet you outside. Engineer Karaoke says, Spice team, good evening or good morning from Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI. I can't remember. I had a second grade teacher from Mississippi and she used to make us spell that. Anyway, so now our dear leader wants to rule over handicapped. A week ago, his interior minister wanted the citizens to be shot dead. Hapani Wapi Jamani. Question. Jimmy Manodi, good morning. Eugene Odhiambo's tuning this morning. Good morning, DND. Wishing everyone a peaceful week ahead. May it be so. Kenyan said, I never thought leopards would eat my face. Sobs a woman who voted for the leopards eating people's faces party. Good Lord. Rose Grace, good morning from Tamu. Hamjambo Sikunjema Wote. Thank you so much. Bwangi Juma. He says he is wishing that we are okay. We are. Thanks so much. Good morning, Anjambo. Everybody says Precious Gondi. Monica Oile is tuning this morning and says Happy Monday. Michael Olande, good morning to all. Yeah, I know everybody's looking for information. We'll tell it to you as soon as we have it. Sawa. Questions about where Siti Muga is. And, let's just face it this morning and we'll say, we'll get you the information as soon as we have it. Sawa. So just bear with us on that. Rahimtullah Omar says, good morning from Nairobi. Justice for Julian Njoki. I know. Crazy things happening. Simon Kibiru says, good morning. A new week, praying for new blessings and opportunities. Let's see if I can get you through this real quick. Mohammed Noor tuned in. Isaac Hale says, good morning. This addiction to spice will take me to a therapist one day. This is the kind of addiction that we like. Please, in this case, enter inside. Don't even think about withdrawal.
Guess where the medicine is at?
Right here. Kisa Daniel says, good morning, tuned in from Uganda. Eric Oworo says, good morning, guys. Good morning to you. Dr. Venvik is here as well, tuned in from Tudor. Jose Mahinda says, good morning. I'm tuned this morning. Thank you. No, thank you. Jakawera says, good morning. Sending you all summer love from Alberta, capital in Canada. Napenda Kenya yetu, never boring. Eda Tatu, good morning, Daktari. They've decided that I'm Duta and Dennis Waigajo. Which one is Waigajo? Time to invoke Article 144 of the Constitution. Removal from office due to mental incapacity. Where? Nick Bala says good morning. Ann Gore is tuned in from a chilly Nairobi. Euphemia Maggio says the world is based on color, no whites. We love and adore you. Thank you so much. Bonjour d'Australie. Good morning from Australia. We see you. We adore white skin. Oh, whites, we love you. War on earth is going on. Christina A, good morning to you. Mutuflani, we see you. Good morning, my person. How are you doing? Hope you're well, Mutuflani. Sir Brian Mutego is tuned in. Catherine Yambura is tuned in. Have a beautiful day to you too, sister. Iran Dunda, good morning from Oslo. Waiting for another week with you all. Thank you for being here every week. Carol Nyambura, we see you. Justin Thiriwa, Collins Otieno, Kavoy Felix tuned in as well. Collins Otieno is also here. Good morning. Ahmed, good morning to you. Young Jedi, hope you're all good. We are good. And how are you? Looking forward to conversations this week. Press J, we see you. Ati quick fish, apana. See you. Joseph Ogunga says good morning. Dan Steele Lagat is tuned in. Press J. Wow. Yeah, Muhammadu Buhari did pass away last night at the age of 82, and he was in London, rather in the UK, for some treatment, and unfortunately, the sun has set. Mutuflani is saying Okari's voice was made for media. Sindo, he broke his voice at the age of 8. King Dave Muigai, that's me who said that. Only because I know you. Is it a lie? Am I lying?
I'm the one who told you.
And now, is it not because you told me that I can tell you?
Yeah, it's the way you've said it.
Or like I was there. I wasn't there, beg. It's voice. Farmi also says good morning. Good morning from Namibia, says John Kaburu. Wycliffe Mogo, good morning to you. Judy Waweru, good morning. Isaac Nderiton from Luxembourg. And Henry Odero says good morning. Good morning, Spice. I thank God for a new week and love you all. Thank you, Kennedy Ongwai. Good morning. Nyakundi Emmanuel says good morning, team. Next time, invite Matiangi here to Meskia. Sawa. Lydia, you guys, guess who's back? Da-da-da. Tell your friends that she's back.
She's back.
Let me tell you, Maina. She here. She's back. And also Raniar is there. Then EVE. Anyway, we'll talk about EVE and her whereabouts. Niko na mandazi hapa, but si maisha tunaendelea nayo.
Kabisa.
Sawa. Okay, guys, good morning. I know time is a ticking, but let's do it anyway. It's necessary for us to do. Let's look into the papers, shall we? I want to take you through the papers that we had over the weekend, necessary for us to do and see some of what these headlines were. The Saturday Nation tells, looking into the Saturday Standard, what did we see were making the headlines? Companies' graveyards, and that is what the headline was. Grief turns to outcry as hawker is buried, as well as never seen before dances as schools seek music honors. The headline on the Standard on Saturday, when President William Ruto stood in London, he mocked the media for reporting that companies were fleeing Kenya. But that, as always, was Ruto's trademark playbook. Dish our alternate facts. The Standard can authoritatively confirm that more than 10 multinationals have closed shop, with more forced to restructure or scale back because of the toxic business environment, punishing taxes, electricity costs, unpredictable policies, and political volatility. So that's what was on the front page of the Standard on Saturday. We look at what was on the Standard on Sunday, and how things changed a little bit. Well, let's see what that was. Lies haunting Ruto is what was on the Sunday Standard. Twins Roads bosses' resignation. The bosses of Kenha and Kera resign on one day. And of course, you have to ask the questions, what was happening here? The headline on the Sunday Standard, lies haunting Ruto. He sold hope to the hungry and turned the poor against the powerful. But nearly 3 years in, President William Ruto finds himself raging at shadows. A self-styled hustler who swore to dismantle dynasties, restore dignity, and rewrite the rules. Ruto now rules like a Prince Machiavelli warned us about, where power is preserved not through justice but control. So from tax hikes to police bullets, the promises have curdled. Reassurance has decayed into rage. And as Gen Zs take to the streets demanding answers, the once maverick reformer appears haunted by the very ghosts he conjured to claim the throne. That's what it looked like over the weekend. The Saturday Nation told us about IEB bosses. That's our plan for 2027. What it looked like there, how police bullet cut short Form 3 students' dream to be a doctor. And on the Sunday Nation, how Gen Z poll will shape 2027 poll. Those are some of the things that we looked at into the weekend. Let's look at the front page of the Standard today and some of those headlines that are making news. Kenya's bold newspaper this morning. Oh no, not again. But unfortunately, again. After a day-long standoff between two state security agencies, the police and prison service, over where 24-year-old Julia Karaoke lost her life, the prison service have admitted she died in their custody, though they claim she arrived already injured. The cold deflection of responsibility, even as a life is lost, echoes the very impunity Kenyans have been protesting against. Now, pressure is mounting on President William Ruto to rein in the growing tension and apparent thirst for blood within the ranks of his security forces. There is a beautiful face of this young woman at 24. She was arrested and she died in police custody. How police conceal evidence after taking lives of innocents. A security guard was shot outside his workplace at Steamer Plaza on the 25th. He was rushed to hospital but was declared dead on arrival. A post-mortem later raised fresh questions. The bullet, which had not exited his body, was missing from his abdomen. If a bullet doesn't exit, it's somewhere in you, isn't it?
Yep.
Unless somebody did what? Took it. I'm not the dad. A man wants his name removed from a birth certificate. Okay. Missing bullets in demos raised questions, and how trigger-happy police officers conceal evidence that incriminates them. God, my goodness, these are the headlines that we're seeing this morning, aren't we? Experts link Kenya's political unrest to clashing generations, and why Western remains a critical region despite unmet promises. All right, those are some of the headlines. Looking quickly into others. Aseto?
So let's look at the Daily Nation, and the headline here is Lagat off the hook. Now, controversy as Deputy Inspector General Eliud Lagat is today expected to resume office after investigations cleared him of any wrongdoing over the death of teacher-cum-blogger Albert Ojwang in police custody. The police chief was forced to step aside following public pressure and youth-led protests. Shall be looking deeper into that. As well as Raila and Gachagua, the unlikely kingmakers. They have strong bases but may not run in 2027. And in Akada's new drinking rules, Kenya set to raise drinking age from 18 to 21 years. And how realtor and bank staff and cover-up rocked the 1.5 billion shillings heist probe. Those are the stories on the front page of the Daily Nation, as well as Nairobi United from instant kickabout to playing against the giants in Africa. And TSC data shows disturbing trend of male teachers' misconduct. These just coming days after the story broke of a teacher in Alliance Girls High School and how he was taking advantage of the young girls in the school. It's not game over for Ruto. Allies vow as woos rock Kenya kwanza. Shida iko ndani ya chama. Chama. Yes, Dennis.
Well, the Star newspaper. Unemployment and cost of living, major concerns. What aggrieved Gen Z want amid broken promises. There's a story there of the Gen Zs and their main concerns. So here's what Gen Z want. According to Geopoll study, 71% say their voice is not being heard by the government. 63% say they have minimal confidence in the government. 38% say they trust the government very little. 26% say they don't trust the government at all. 24% have a moderate level of trust. 14 have very much trust, and 11 say their concerns are being acknowledged. So there's a story there around poor leadership. So the new study by Geopoll gives a glimpse into data showing the young population, which is still concerned over taxation and corruption and other issues. Diaspora inflows stabilize shilling as Kakuzi bullish, and there's a story there. Ruto told to apologize and revoke shoot to order. So Human Rights NGO, the Independent Medical Legal Team, has demanded a public apology and withdrawal of the orders to shoot violent protesters by President William Ruto and Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen. More and more illegal uninspected vehicles operate as PSVs, hurting along Kenya's roads and posing a danger to passengers, but the government seems to turn a blind eye, the Matatu Owners Association has said. So graft and political meddling is keeping illegal PSVs speeding on Kenyan roads. And then DP, that is Kithure Kindiki, says Ruto needs no IEBC favors to retain seat in 2027. They are very, very confident he's going to win it. So some leaders are trying to use unrests, according to Kindiki, to ascend to power, but will be felled by Ruto in 2027. Some stories. Star newspaper.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So can we look at some of these stories in detail? So the two things here, obviously, that we should be at this point looking at another death that happened within custody of the police. So you want to ask the question that exactly what happened here. It's on page 4 of the Standard. Outrage, grief as another Kenyan dies in the hands of law enforcers. Yeah, so that's the phrase I was looking for, law enforcers. Even before the nation has come to terms with the death of Albert Ojwang at the hands of security officers, another name has been added to the growing list of civilians losing their lives in the hands of law enforcers. 24-year-old Julia Wangoi Karaoke, also known as Jockey, died under mysterious circumstances last Friday while in the custody of the Kenya Prison Service hours after her admission at the Nanyuki Women's Prison. She had initially been booked at the Nanyuki police station upon arrest following last week's Sabasaba protests, but later transferred to the prison facility after she failed to settle court bail. Her death has once again reignited anger and fear over what now appears to be sheer misconduct of state security agencies and apparent disregard for civilian life. Jockey was arrested on the 7th of July in Nanyuki, charged with malicious damage to property and booked at the Nanyuki police station. The following day, she was arraigned in court and granted a cash bail of 50,000 shillings, which she could not raise, and was subsequently remanded at the Nanyuki Women's Prison. I want to stop there because she could have actually been given the option of personal bond.
Yes.
We had Justice Thursday conversations here for the last, I don't know how many years, and we've been told very clearly that you can actually bond on your own recognizance, that she could have actually gotten a personal bond, especially in this that is not a capital offense. Clearly, what did they call it? malicious damage to property, she could have actually been given a bond. Should have been released on bond, and this 50,000 bail story, because you don't know, you're not going to tell, please, can I get a personal bond? If you don't know, now you know. Now, the following day, according to the Kenya Prisons Service, Njoki was admitted to prison at around 5:20 p.m. on July 8th with 4 other women. She was processed, she served a meal, and assigned accommodation. Less than 2 hours later, at around 7 p.m., she began complaining of dizziness, headache, and stomach pains. On probing, she disclosed that she had been beaten during the skirmishes, according to a statement from the head of communications at the Kenya Prisons Service, Dr. Christantus Makoha. The statement, however, does not disclose whether she had been beaten by officers or in the protests. According to the chronology shared by Kenya Prisons, Njoki was immediately treated and referred to Nanyuki Teaching and Referral Hospital, where she was admitted at 9:30 p.m. the same night. By the following morning, her condition had deteriorated and worsened. She was referred to a CT scan at Cottage Hospital, where the required imaging equipment was available. In the knowledge of her father, one Mr. Karaoke, Wednesday night at 11 p.m., that was the 9th of July, she was admitted to the intensive care unit at Cottage Hospital. The next morning, she underwent surgery, but despite medical intervention, she died in the early hours of July 12th, surrounded by her family. The Kenya Prison Service in a statement stated that Njoki received prompt and comprehensive medical care. So, the questions then around her death remain: when she was beaten, whom was she beaten by? Because the internal injury for which she then got a CT scan to find out what happened. And based on the results of that CT scan, they went ahead and said she now needs to get surgery to fix some internal injury. What happened to lead to that is the question. So we could be alarmist here when we say, okay, she died in the hands of the security personnel, but we don't know what happened before that. So it would be good to get the answers from an investigation. And that even during the protests where it says she had been beaten, who were the people who actually beat her up? It's just unfortunate that in this situation, our first jump to conclusion is that she was beaten up by the police. Unfortunately, historical experience where this has happened before is what feeds a current belief, but in this case we just don't know.
Yeah, and you can be excused for going that direction, because obviously through the lens of this story as an entry point into so many other injustices, what then you end up drawing is systemic cover-ups will then make you think that, hey, here's another one. The story of the missing bullets.
Here we go.
In demo, victims spark questions. For the longest time, we've had situations where people are killed by police officers, or even, let's for argument's sake, criminals. They're taken to the morgue, and then forensics are done. Now, what we are starting to see is a pattern. And last week there was a story after the Sabasaba demos where families were camping outside some of these spaces, and you were told, kuja kesho saa 2 asubuhi, we'll be done with our reports, because the body can't be released unless that is done. And that is done by the government. And so what the families then were complaining is that there are delays. So you go saa 2 asubuhi, then you're told rudini saa 8. Then saa 8 you go, there is nobody to talk to you, so you take another day. So each day you keep counting. The idea here is there's a delay. So a lot of families are not understanding, okay, so why is there a delay? So we now come to this point where on June 17th, Nairobi's city center and surrounding areas became a no-go zone. The story of what happened there we know. But what then we are beginning to notice is that the absence of bullets from the bodies of protest victims has now triggered growing concern among Kenyans and human rights organizations. Some allege foul play, accusing police of tampering with evidence to prevent accountability. Rights groups note that bullets recovered from victims can be traced to specific firearms, providing critical evidence in investigation. So, Vocal Africa, a human rights body, has raised the alarm and called on the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, IPOA, to investigate potential police interference in such cases. Now, the mystery of bullets disappearing from bodies is a new and alarming trend, and there is a possibility that tampering occurs during transport, although we cannot confirm anything at this stage. That is Hussein was saying that. So, we are beginning now to see a new pattern where bodies then are ferried in police vehicles to these places, and then the government obviously has to conduct the autopsy, come up with a report, then speak to the family, or the family can actually appoint their own pathologist to work with the government pathologist so that you have that independence and you can get a concrete report. So in another case in Kiambu County, a family has accused the police of shooting a 14-year-old boy, Solomon Njoroge, and then attempting a cover-up. So according to the family, Njoroge was shot 3 times in the legs. Wait, this actually had started happening. So, and this is not just one. There's several stories I've read through the weekend of people being shot in the legs. So this was during Sabasaba.
It has started, okay.
You know where we're going with this, right? So 3 times in the legs during Sabasaba Day protest and later taken to hospital before being thrown into a police cell. Njoroge, currently admitted at Kenyatta National Hospital, recalled playing football with friends on July 7th when individuals in a white car began firing shots into the air. 3 bullets struck him before he was bundled into a police lorry and taken to Tigoni Hospital, then later to Tigoni Police Station. Now, his father, John Kibe, said he found the boy in custody the following day despite his injuries and was told police were arranging transport to Kiambu Hospital for further treatment. So, when the transportation is done, then all of a sudden when they're doing the autopsy report, then bullets are missing. And the question is, why would bullets be missing?
What's the significance of finding a bullet? Because you can do what now?
Forensics.
Okay, so here's the thing. Police hide bullets, and in these cases, police will definitely hide the bullets for several reasons. And especially in context where accountability is being avoided. That is very, very clear. So to avoid accountability is take the bullets. So some of these bullets, so you have an entry wound, but you don't have an exit wound. So the bullet is still lodged.
And it will tell a story.
Yes, it will obviously tell a story. So how is it then that the bullet is missing, but you have a wound? And the reason is when they're doing analysis of the wound, what normally happens is when a bullet hits a body, it creates an entry, all right, and possibly an exit wound. And in some of these cases, there's no exit wound, so the bullet is still lodged inside the body. So in terms of forensic pathology, what they normally do is they will look at the angle of entry of that bullet. That's what they study, and this now will go beyond into ballistics. So they're looking at the angle of how the bullet entered the body, and they're able to tell the position of the person who fired that shot, where they were standing and where this person was. The second thing, they look at the depth of that wound. How far did it go inside the body? So if it is still lodged, how far? What that then will do is it will be able to tell how close the person who fired the shot was to the body. Then the third thing, they look at tissue damage. The extensive tissue damage in the body will also tell the impact and the distance between the person who fired the gun. So when you look at what the police then, in this case, are trying to do, they're trying to conceal the use of police ammunition because police are issued with firearms, and these firearms use specific calibers and bullets that can be traced. So if a bullet remains in a body, forensic experts can then match that bullet to a weapon and by extension to a specific officer. So when the officer is going to get the bullet from the body, is to basically conceal evidence. So you will not be able to trace who shot this person. So removing it is purely trying to cover the evidence. And there are legal implications to this because this is obstruction of justice, number one.
Absolutely. It is.
And so when they're trying to avoid legal liability or criminal prosecution, this new pattern is actually going to be a very growing concern.
And you see, this ties together with the story of Brian from, I think it's Tingela, or was it senior, the one we're supposed to have here, and
the one whose mother sat with him overnight
for 14 hours. Kimutai.
Yeah.
And the entire story was because they feared that the police wanted to interfere with the body and remove the bullet. So they were like, for us to be able to get justice, we will just stick with this body until that time when we are able to be assured that all the necessary investigations that are needed, autopsy and whatnot, are done when we are there, because they could not trust that if we leave the body, we would still find the bullet in it. Because like when you're saying, during ballistics, every gun has got its own footprint on the exit of the bullet. So if you take that bullet and you just match it under a microscope, you can see and trace that to a specific barrel where it came from. So it's a clear case of getting rid of the evidence.
And you know, the thing about IPOA, because most families now are looking up to IPOA to do the investigations, in this case, IPOA will be crippled, because what IPOA then will rely on is forensic evidence to investigate police brutality.
Yeah.
But if you don't have that bullet, or even the casing for that matter, that's why when you watch movies, you will see if it's a crime, what you'll tend to see is after a shot is fired, somebody will try and go collect the cartridge.
Right.
Because once you collect that cartridge, and actually that's how murder crimes are actually resolved, forensic evidence. You can be able to match that cartridge to the specific gun and specific make that actually fired it. So what police in this case then are doing in this new pattern is troublesome. If they can then go inside the bodies of the victim that they have shot and killed to trace the bullets.
But when? This is my question. When do you do that? Because one would also assume that then bodies that, are kept, they're under lock and key, they're under security watch. What kind of debasement of value have we reached to the point whereby you can say, in order to save my skin for whatever reason, let me go and devalue or even compromise the integrity of this body, even before investigation, and remove a bullet? What has to be going on in here for that to happen?
You have to be a very cold-hearted person, because one, you've killed this person. Then you take a step further, the cold body that is going through an autopsy, you still want to follow this body and go inside this body to locate that bullet that you fired, because you want to conceal evidence.
For goodness sake.
And you see, in this, we're being told that these could actually be happening during transport, because remember, if there is a body, the people who pick it up is the police. We're also having this story of this 14-year-old who was shot, then taken to hospital, then from the hospital taken to a police cell. So now the question is, when he was taken to the hospital, what happened at the hospital for him to be released to go to the police?
I don't even want to imagine. What are we saying? Exactly. That somebody tampers with the... Hey, God.
Yeah.
Mba, my language is no. Sorry, I just have to, because what are we talking about?
Yeah.
There's this story. Do you mind if I look at this one? Because it's coming out from the courts, but you ask yourself that, it could be that on the certificate, your name is there as the father, but in one or two circumstances, you're saying, I don't want, remove it. Well, that's what's happening here. A businessman has taken legal action against the Registrar of Persons and a woman seeking the removal of his name from a child's birth certificate. In a petition filed at the High Court, the man claims he is being unfairly compelled to provide for the child he did not father, simply because his name appears on the birth certificate, allegedly without his consent. The man admitted to having been in a relationship with the woman, and that they had a child together, born on the 12th of December 2015. But he said the current dispute concerns a different child, the woman's firstborn, born in 2007, before their relationship began. He alleges that the child's mother altered the birth certificate and added his name as the father without consulting him. I reiterate that the interested party has misled the minor, which is known as VK, by using the information provided by the respondent, portraying me as the biological father, which I am not. This is against my will. He stated that the situation deteriorated when the woman sued him for child maintenance of the magistrates at the magistrates court, and the court subsequently issued orders of obligating him to support the child conceived before the relationship began. Even if you were Mary Immaculate, this would not have happened, according to what he's saying, because sure, there's the one that we had together, but this other one, that in the first place, one would wonder, because when you do go to get a certificate, they ask for details, but they also ask for the documentation to accompany the application. So under what circumstances was she able to put his name there? It looks like a cut and dry case to me, that, you know, you're not the father. It's not possible that you would have been because you didn't know her from Adam, literally. Then I don't see any problem. You have your name removed from the birth certificate and we keep it moving. Abi? Yeah, so those are some of the stories that we're looking at. Obviously, some of these stories make their way into the conversations that we will be having later. Did I tell you? This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. DND here with you on this 14th day of July, where no matter how thin you slice it, a story continues to have two sides. We'll come and discuss more of those as we get along this morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Ministry of Education has launched a formal investigation into the disturbing case of alleged corporal punishment at Maina Girls Secondary School in North Horr constituency, Marsabit County, where 36 students sustained injuries after reportedly being brutally beaten by their teachers. The incident, which has sparked national outrage, allegedly took place after the students failed to celebrate the teachers' return from a music competition.
Any person found culpable in this matter will be dealt with as per the laid down laws.
Some students who are subjected to corporal punishment, which is outlawed, and we are telling all our teachers around the country, let's do the right.
Eyewitness accounts and disturbing visuals reveal deep bruises and lacerations across the back and limbs of the affected girls. Injuries reportedly inflicted using Bunsen burner wires and other blunt objects.
Kijana amechukua watoto kama mnyama, anakanyanga kama nini. Sisi hatutaki, na hatutaki hawa maalimu walichapa watoto yetu, hataki kuona hawa yeye watoto yetu wameumia.
Ukiona back ya hawa wasichana ni kabisa red na ni nyama red sana na ngozi yote imetoka. Na wewe kama mzazi, kama mwenye uko na hutu, unalia sana na unaona chungu sana.
Ni kama walipiga hawa na silaha butu, pata jeraha. Haingesikika kama ingekuwa siku ile hiyo, siku kitambulisho ndio alikuwa wanakata hapo karibu hii shule ya jirani. Tunataka haki zitendeke, mwalimu waadhibiwe vikali na waende, maana hatuna amani ya kukaa na hawa katika area hii.
Campaigns to persuade Kenyans to elect President William Ruto to serve another term in office, popularly known as two-term, have continued to gain momentum in various parts of the country. Kenya Kwanza leaders, led by Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, have praised President Ruto, describing him as a visionary leader, further accusing the opposition of promoting divisive politics.
Kila mtu atoe rekodi yake, kwa sababu hakuna mtu hajakuwa kiongozi. Kila mtu atuambie siku ile alikuwa kiongozi, nini alileta hapa Kiambaa. Ama namna gani? Si hata mimi nitajieleza. Nikifika hapa mtaniuliza maswali. Ama namna gani jameni? Si wale wengine pia watajieleza. So msiwe na wasiwasi, there is no problem. Hakuna shida, tusitishane hapa kidogo na mambo ya bure. Kampeni kifika, kila mtu atatoa rekodi, na hii mambo ya uchaguzi sio mambo ya vita. Hii ni mambo ya uongozi.
Speaking in Rongo, Migori County Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Andani has slammed former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua for allegedly defaming ODM leader Raila Odinga while on a visit to the United States.
Nilipotazama yule jamaa ambaye alitimuliwa kama naibu wa rais, ati anaenda nchi ya Marekani, anaanza kutoa matusi kwa baba na kwa Ruto. Ati anasema ati baba amepoteza umaarufu wake, hata katika hii nyanja yetu hii, hata katika hii Rongo. Ni kweli au si kweli? Ni uongo au sio uongo? Nataka nieleze kama adamini ile political shock ambayo itamupanga hapa mbeleni, bado inafanya press kule Aberdare Forest.
On his part, National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah has criticized opposition leaders who oppose their own leader, Raila Odinga.
Raila Odinga has called for dialogue among us generations in our country because he recognizes as a nationalist, as an elder statesman, that this nation is a nation not just of many tribes and communities. This is a nation of many generations. We are an intergenerational nation.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Getting into Monday morning, let's take a quick look at what's happening on the roads today, and they're actually quite jam-packed wherever you look at them this morning, starting off very early. There's traffic coming on the Eastern Bypass going through towards the Cabanas interchange, and also coming off of Outer Ring. Let's look at Jogoo Road, which crosses over from Manyanja Road across Outer Ring, is quite busy as well. The Thika Superhighway has quite a lot of traffic coming in all the way from the Royal interchange. It's going to find its way past Githurai and then through towards Survey. Bumper to bumper, through and through. And then when you get to Muranga Road, it's going to dull down just a little bit, and traffic is also starting to build on Kiambu Road as you get through towards Muthaiga Square, and it's busy in Westlands coming out towards Waiyaki Way this morning. We'll take a quick look at Ngong Road, and there is traffic also getting out towards the CBD. Bumper to bumper in some parts, but manageable for now. We're going to keep an eye on things and see what Monday morning has in store. Let's keep things moving. Talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you at 7 minutes after 7 o'clock. This is The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation, getting into this Monday morning where a number of things we need to discuss and you need to connect after the weekend.
Yes, and if you feel your internet is holding you back, you've left your house, you're going to work, and you feel, okay, as you go to work, you've left your fast speeds at home and you can't experience the same as you're driving or getting to work, I've solution for you. Forget the buffering issues, forget lag when you're playing video games. I have a good solution, and the solution is Safaricom 5G. What is it about? It gives you crazy fast speeds. You're talking about speeds of up to 50 Mbps, and it's very portable. All you need to do is get the router, cost only 2,999 Kenya shillings, to just get you started. And where can you get this? Well, you can visit any Safaricom shop, go to masoko.com, Quickmart supermarket, or just dial star 400 hash and make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Fantastic. And even as we do that, let's face it, there's never a better time to take control of your financial future. So when we say now is your time for wealth, we're not just throwing around, a tagline. We're talking about being deliberate with your money, your goals, and your legacy. Standard Chartered Priority Banking offers a comprehensive approach to managing your finances, meeting both your current lifestyle needs and your future aspirations. So whether you're thinking about starting a portfolio or streamlining your assets, the advice is personalized, strategic, and tailored to where you are in life. And I get it. When you've worked so hard to build something, trust and security become everything. You want a partner who's not just competent, but consistent. Someone who protects what matters and helps you grow it. That's what you get with Standard Chartered, a solid, trusted partner who understands wealth isn't just about money. It's about the people, values, and futures behind it. So today, email wealth.ke@sc.com to begin your journey, because your time is now. And that's what gets us into conversations that we will be having this morning, getting into it and looking at the state of the nation. Samuel Pogisho is a former Senate Majority Leader and former IT Minister, and it's in the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Can be better.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Joined also by Wajiro Gikonyo, who is a transformative governance advocate and coach, and also joins us this morning. Good morning, Wajiro.
Morning, Do.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Thank you so much both for coming. And even as we get into looking at the state of the nation, asking ourselves certain questions today, let's have you welcome. There's a wonderful country that breeds some wonderful people that Dennis Aseto will tell you about, and we would like you to interpret the proverb from this country.
So the country that we are in today, and some of the wonderful people we have includes Ndu. So today we so today we're in Nigeria.
Totally unbiased.
Yes, totally.
Totally.
Yeah, so today we wake up to a sad news that former President Muhammadu Buhari passed on, played a major role in the countries, especially when it comes to fighting for independence in the country. But now we talk about a country whose Nigerian music continues to control the world, especially in Africa. Nigerian music just stands out. Talk about their style, and I've never seen you wear that hat. How do you call it?
It's not a hat, it's a gele.
That gele, that one, that gele, you know? Yeah, and as well as Nigerian movies in Kenya, Afro cinema continues shortly, such a common household name. And as we talk about, look at how rich the country is, their oil. And we know that Dangote has put up a refinery to be able to control the oil that comes from the country. And we talk about security. Boko Haram has been a problem, but one that continues to be handled by various governments that have been in place. But let's go to the proverb of the day today. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. How would you interpret that?
Wow, that meat is cooked. Well, of course, it's, I think, talking about being able to spot opportunity and not having opportunity pass you by. But of course, using meat implies from where we come that some are left out of this equation. But really, I think it's important to read the times. And I would even hasten to apply it in our situation. We're in the midst of a political and cultural revolution. Are we reading the times correctly? Is the meat being cooked? And are those who need to know it's being cooked paying attention?
Oh, that's amazing. Because I thought about it, like meat, this one is actually cooked, but that knowledge, understanding that you should cook meat in order to eat it. Well, okay.
Samuel.
Well, we're just confirming that we're different. Ignorance just is that you don't have enough information to know what happens next door. The way you eat your meat is, you forget sometimes that you can move your situation to a different situation. And I think in this country we should be able to do that, be able to move our situation from uncooked meat to cooked meat. We should be able to confirm to ourselves that we don't stay where we are. You don't have to be. You can overcome ignorance and get to know that meat is cooked. Our situation right now shows that sometimes people think that we are ignorant. When the people know you're ignorant, they'll never let you know that there are better things coming.
Indeed. Well, we're looking at the state of the nation today. So many things happen, over and over. And we take it from a headline that we see in the Standard newspaper today, where a young lady has died. She was in police custody. But this is a thing that we're not picking up from how she died, but that historical experience has made us want to jump to very many conclusions already. That we, without finding out the details and the information or knowing exactly what happened, who actually beat her prior to her going into the police cells or the prison cells, our first conclusion rightly or wrongly so, is that she was beaten at the hands of police. Why? Because previous experience has pointed to that being a reality. And so it becomes unfair to those who we have brandished, but historical experience has pointed us in that direction. And this history that we speak of is not years ago. It is 2 weeks ago. Yes. It is a week ago. So we're looking at the state of the nation and asking ourselves the question this morning already. Have we become too judgmental a people? Have we become too worried? Have state agencies taken the law into their own hands? Have the Kenyan people become angry to the point whereby they say, you know, it doesn't really matter? Has the leadership continued in its position? And we're really asking this morning the state of the nation. Let's start off with you, Bonapogisho, and ask ourselves the question, where are we? In what direction are things heading?
Let me just come back to the expressions that I've had before here called trust, trust deficit. And that situation is fueling the relationship between the rulers and the ruled in this country. The citizens cannot trust their leaders, cannot trust the government of the day anymore. And so anything that happens, really, you refer back to your level of trust. And in this case, very low levels of trust that this government has achieved. And the people, as I've always said, the people here are hungry and angry because of the situations. We just came out of a situation where a young man was killed in a police cell. So if somebody is arrested and they die in the police cell, obviously we think they hit their head on the wall or somehow they died there. And you cannot convince me. You have to use a very, very interesting means to convince me that it's not the case. We therefore, that's why we jump to conclusions.
Yes.
And our situation right now is that trust levels are very low, and we need this government to begin to build trust with these people. And it's not going to be by one more person dying in a cell. It's not going to be by another person being shot, dead, like we saw with Boniface. It's not going to help. And also the cost of living and the problem that we have with legislation, with what's happening in our courts and so on. Trust is quickly going down among our people. And I think that's our problem that we have. So how do we deal with this? Try and get to build trust. But how do you build trust when every day you're saying something that makes it worse? Pronouncements by politicians every weekend. We are in the campaign mode all the time, forgetting that there are people who can't even have a meal for the day. So we have a bad situation in our country. Is there hope in this country? It's going to come when we all agree that this is our country and we live in it together. Not for a few, but for everybody. And so I do have hope also in this situation that we are going to be able to talk and say where are we going as a country. Otherwise, the way it is now, the citizens have really literally lost faith and trust in their government, and that's not very good for us.
Once you're in the championing for governance and proper governance in that manner, for that matter, over the last couple of weeks, we have heard leaders who've said certain things and have given certain directives, which would seem to fly in the face of, sovereignty. And people's sovereignty, for that matter, or it will fly in the face of anything upright and just that one would ask would be the words that would come from a leader's mouth. What does it say if it were to paint a picture of the current state of things from what we are hearing?
Yes, do trust you to start with a very difficult question, even before I've woken up properly for the morning, because first of all, we are seeing a revolution in this country. Young people have said, we're not going to continue doing things as we are, and in that, they actually resonate with the campaign slogans that William Ruto used. Because William Ruto said, we have structural problems that must be addressed in this country, and that the success of his campaign was based on this promise. And it was really appealing to youth in economic terms, very much, but really saying that the dynasty system hasn't worked for the majority. And he actually framed himself as a champion and a savior of the people to come and reform this and to work with people. And he promised actually that he would have, because he did a campaign that was very on the ground, he seemed to be listening, he promised to keep listening. So, against that backdrop, and having reneged on that, the youth are up in arms. There's also a youth bulge that has been predicted, and it has come to bear, and we are shocked. And those of us who have been working in governance, I've been in governance work for the last 20 years, this is an opportunity, because we said that the youth aren't interested in politics. They didn't even vote. About 8 million youth didn't bother to vote. They would have swung this vote. But some looked and said, we've got a bad choice and a very bad choice. We are not interested. But they are interested in politics and they are engaged. Now, what you're speaking to is the response of the government. Has it read the time? Has it seen that the meat is cooking? This government is like the biblical Pharaoh. I think that's what I think of William Ruto. It's right before him, but he can't read it. And instead of imagining the country forward, he's taking the country back to the dark days. And I think Mheshimiwa knows very well what the dark days were, the Moi days. You're talking about 1993, ethnic clashes. You're talking about 1997. You're talking about land displacement. You're talking about the police being used as an instrument of oppression and pacification of the public, of the majority. And this is inherited from the colonial times. So what we are seeing, these statements by UDA hawks, because I would say they are UDA hawks. Unfortunately, the president himself came out with a statement, and you wonder how under a constitutional democracy do you direct police to shoot in the leg? So you're recognizing that, yes, you're eliminating, because you're shooting in the head, you're shooting as they run, you're using state surveillance, you're using military-grade equipment on your own citizens who are protesting poor governance peacefully. Because for the most part, the protests have been peaceful. There have been a few cases of vandalism, but the most worrying is the political mobilization of militia. The last time we saw that in this country was in the 1990s. And unfortunately, Ruto, as a student of Moi, Ruto, as a former ICC indictee, has disappointed Kenyans and gone back to type. He is exemplifying the worst that people feared of him, instead of rising to the occasion based on the campaign he did. So we are in a revolution, and the Gen Z are fighting for us. The question is actually, how do we turn this revolution into permanent transformation so that we can deal with this stranglehold we have of a state that uses the security apparatus to muzzle opposition, to muzzle genuine voice, and this has held back our development. Kenya would be very far. We are being overtaken economically by our neighbors because of the corruption, this kleptocracy, the relationship between the politics and the economy. And this is what the Gen Z are seeking to undo. They don't want to have conclaves. Conclaves, I don't know what those are, to discuss constitutional amendments, another BBI or an ADOC. They want action. The Maraga report, and I'll end with this, the Maraga report, which was a review of the security sector, looking at the NPS and how to strengthen it, really showed that there's underfunding of police. At the same time, there's a lot of spending on military-grade equipment to muzzle the public. So you have police not well housed, not well remunerated, not well catered for. Parts of the country aren't even policed. Money is instead being spent to suppress. The report primarily focused on leadership and said the kind of appointments, the way they are made, the people who are being put in positions of authority in the police is undermining the ability of the police to serve its people. And he said, we need a negotiated settlement so that we can deal with those who are holding key positions in the security sector who have failed, pointing at DPP, pointing at DCI, pointing even at the NPS, so that those people can step aside. They have blood on their hands. You cannot negotiate or dialogue with people who have blood on their hands. They first step aside. So the first to quell this, because I think there's a recognition we need a dialogue process of some sort. But we don't want to go back to these big jamborees where politicians take over and come and talk about constitutional amendment. That's not our problem. Our problem is a failure of political leadership, a failure of political accountability, a lack of political will. First demonstration, remove those people who have violated the constitution and have killed innocent Kenyans, exercising Article 7, Article 40, Article 30, exercising their constitutional rights so that we can see some goodwill. The question becomes, how do we get there?
But Apogisho, just in line with what Winjuri is talking about, you earlier talked about the trust deficit. In one of the dailies today, they actually took a poll, which was just a sample size of 915 randomly selected Geopoll users aged 18 and above. 71% say their voice is not being heard by the government. 63% say they have minimal confidence in government. That's how much they distrust the government. You've served both in cabinet and in the Senate. My question is, in your experience when you were in government, because everything Wanjiru has just raised is this other side of the world, then you have the political leadership, you have people in government, and the statements that Ndu was referring to, a lot of these are not just coming from your local MP. These are actually either ministers in government or senior government officials. In those cabinet meetings or in those government meetings, in your experience, are there normally conversations around the pulse of the country? These are the issues that are going on around the country, and this should be on top of our agenda. We should discuss this. Or is it a question of government meetings are done, devoid of everything else that's going on around the country? It's just the policies, is what the ministries are doing. In your experience, how has it worked before?
I've been very fortunate to serve in two governments. First of all, I was in Moi's government, and then I was in the Kibaki 2 government. And I know that it all boils down to leadership style. The leader is the president, and his style determines how the cabinet works. If you are a listening president, you will actually change this country, because every minister, and I keep wondering why presidents should have too many advisors, because every minister is actually an advisor, and you take an oath as a minister, so you say that I will advise the president. And so when you add all these things that are extra costs by hiring people from outside and making it look like we need the expertise, when you appoint permanent secretaries and ministers, you should appoint them in line with what they do and in line with their expertise, so that they can advise you. It's not a random thing that you say, this is my friend, let me bring him here, this is my relative. And I think that's what has happened. What I find in this government is probably that people don't listen to each other, their advice is not taken, or they are afraid. And you see, by the way, if you don't create a situation in your cabinet where people are free to air their views, people are free to correct even the president, to show you that this was wrong and come and tell you this was wrong. When the president said shoot in the legs, I didn't see anybody in that cabinet or even the advisors who came and say, hey, that's not good. We can shoot our people. They all went quiet. And then others added, actually, later, they said, not even the legs, but shoot to kill.
Right.
Shoot dead. And you know, the person saying that, by the way, is a chairman in the parliament of not only just intelligence and armed forces, but also foreign affairs, foreign relations in the country. And the reason I say that is because Nelson Koech, for example, should be a seasoned politician by now. But how can he come and act as though he is a co-president? The president has said, shoot in the legs. He comes and says, no, President, we shoot today. We shoot them to die. He's overriding what the president has said. Who gives him that authority? Because, first of all, he's not in the executive. He's supposed to represent people. And those people who are going to be shot in the leg or shot dead are his constituents. And is that a politician who wants to be here for a long time? Even for His Excellency the President, and with all respect, when everybody is shot in the legs, some die, some will limp, okay? What kind of country is this that we're looking for? And so these are the things that now we use opportunities like this to give our advice free of charge, that let's come back to reality. I have friends in politics. Sometimes you say silly things. You say things that you regret later. And I have friends who tell me sometimes it's good. It's okay not to say. Sometimes it's okay not to speak. Sometimes it's okay not to say those things. And we've said that to me so many times that they don't even have to complete the words. So they only tell me sometimes. And when I hear sometimes, I know what that means. And so I need to say this to the leadership of this country. Sometimes you really don't have to say these things. You don't have to speak. If, for example, now, how do you make a president retract on what he has said? It's very difficult. And if he had a friend like the ones I have, he would have said to him, sometimes when you are completely angry, you don't have to say these things. You don't have to speak. And if they were to say to my friend Nelson Koech, I would say, sometimes you don't have to speak. Because look at this nation. It's full of young people who are so intelligent, so highly educated. They are going somewhere. You think they are children. You think they don't know that meat is cooked. You think they are ignorant. And these are the people who are trying to tell you something and you're not understanding. I'm also a background in communications, and I know that in communication, it's called meaning is created. It's actually creating understanding. And why are we not able to create that understanding with our young people? That, okay, can we listen to you? Is this what you mean? Are these protests supposed to produce something? Where are we going? And so on. So I do suspect that sometimes it's a leadership problem. It's a leadership style. We have been told many times that the president doesn't necessarily listen to his advisors, but now is a time for him to listen. He has to sit and painfully listen to his advice, so that we can move this country forward. Otherwise, if we have a country full of limping people, people who are dead, even as president, you might not be there. I mean, you might actually have nobody to vote. So I was very pleased with one thing, that ODM, which is supposed to be a partner in this government, has now distanced themselves from those pronouncements, and they've said no, not to that one. And by the time we hear, even from President Museveni of Uganda saying, no, you don't shoot citizens, then this has gone out of hand. No president in the world orders that kind of thing in today's world. And no chairman of any committee. And sometimes these people live as though they think, because you are my friend, I can also rule the country for you. You don't have the mandate to do that. In fact, Nelson Koech should be called out for what he said about the president, and many other people who have said this. So, and my advice, of course, is that we have neglected the biggest chunk of our population, called the Gen Zs and the young people. And this is going to be our problem for a long time. And unless we come back to say, who are these people? They're not just children, because we keep talking about them as children. They're professionals, and they're armed. They're armed with a tool, this one, a smartphone. And you can't see all of them. We used to say there's an underground movement. This one is above ground. It's actually like an air force, because they're up in the air, and they're working. So let's move in that direction and say, how do we tame this situation? Bring these people, include them in our governance, listen to them.
And you see, when you talk about, let's look at how even the president came to power. He had some of the catchiest slogans, speaking to the Mwananchi, Sisi hatupangwingwi. And you see, this was a communication to the young people of this country who then turned out and gave him the vote. Now, here is a question where the young people have used that slogan to tell him how tatupanga, Sisi pia hatupangwingwi. And these are the issues that we have: accountability, rule of law, constitutionalism. And the president, while taking the oath of office, swore to protect the constitution. Now let's look at some of the issues in the Article 39, freedom of movement, Article 37, freedom to picket. Talk about the freedom of the media. Media is being muzzled. We were switched off the other day. And one asks the question, at what point then does the leadership sit to reflect back and they need to just live by the constitution and respect the rule of law? Because then if we implement the constitution, everything else that falls down, including what is being asked by the young people, by the Gen Zs, it will be easy and just going home because we respect the law, no?
Yeah, theoretically. But the reality is that we have a political problem in this country, and we've had it for a while. And we have, because even going back to, if we talk about our present democratic kind of stage, we would say that 2007 was a watershed in this country where because of lack of political accountability, Kriegler said it, that even though the Election Act that we had then was pretty watered down, he said there were sufficient provisions and safeguards that had those charged with the responsibility abided by this law, we would not have gone into the post-election violence. So he said the problem was the lack of accountability, not the law. We then had Agenda 4. And Agenda 4 was a reset. And when you talk about the second liberation starting in 1992 with reintroduction of multi-party, the Agenda 4 was really the point where we said, okay, we cannot continue as we are. And we had our 4 agenda items, which included the post-election, dealing with the post-election violence, dealing with historical injustice, dealing with land issues, dealing with the constitution. Now, we then went on to elect political leaders who voted against the constitution and who then muzzled the Agenda 4. Agenda 4 is about historical injustice. It is about lack of political accountability. It's about, public land that is owned by private individuals and who then must use state force to protect themselves. It's really about how do we grow to become a country where everybody feels heard and felt and has opportunity in Kenya. You can't when you're the most unequal country, one of the most unequal countries in the world. So it was really about that reset. But we had some gains. Constitution was enacted, devolution started being implemented, sending money all around. We enacted Chapter 6. We did all of these good things. But the spirit has been undermined because from Uhuru Ruto, and I'll go back to there, you saw then the laws being enacted, whether it's the media legislation, this kind of regressive legislation, looking at computer cyber crimes. Yes, you want to protect this space, but then you implement a law that's so draconian, has so many gaps that it can be used. Devolution has been undermined. We are seeing a centralization. This fiasco we are seeing with Schiff and Shah is tragic because our health system was decentralized in the 90s. And when we were enacting the new constitution, in fact, the World Bank predicted that the health system in Kenya would collapse because the Council of Governors, then headed by Isaac Ruto, when he was still championing the constitution side before he was swallowed by the politics and became an apologist and lost sight. He, leading the Council of Governors, pushed for the full implementation of devolution. And the World Bank says, no, you have to phase it. But the Council of Governors recognized that the national government was resistant, and they pushed. And health did not collapse. Of course, we've had continued industrial strike, but it did not collapse because it was decentralized. Now, under the guise of digitization, we are privatizing health, we are centralizing health, and actually implementing models that aren't sustainable when you're talking about a population as big as and as diverse as ours. So these are some of those fundamental questions, policy questions that need debate, need evidence monitoring, need a listening president. So the point I was coming to is what the Gen Z are talking about is accountability, and I believe the question on the table is political accountability. How do we get that? The NCCK did some very interesting scenarios last year when the revolt came up, and this revolt caught everyone off guard. Of course, the administration is trying to use side kind of, saying this is an ethnic issue. It's not. We are all Kikuyus, yes, as the Gen Z have told us. This is not a tribal ethnic thing. But it is a political governance thing. So last year, when we were all surprised by our young people's courage when they spoke, I would say civil society leaders did programs, would say the religious leaders did pacification, peace, whatever. The Gen Z came out and said, we want change. And the four scenarios that NCCK gave, because they said we are at a point where the majority have rejected the political leadership. They've said things must change, and they're out on the street. They said William Ruto had the option to listen, at that time acquiesce and go, because they were saying Ruto must go. There was the legal stroke recall option, where legal means could be used. That's a bit problematic. The redemptive option is the one that they emphasized a lot, where William Ruto listens and does 5 things to redeem his presidency. One was dissolve the cabinet. Now this thing of mine. The other one was reorganize parliamentary leadership, including finance, budget. That time the key issue was cost of living. Yes. Now the key concern of Kenyans, there was an Odipo Dev survey that was saying the key concern of Kenyans is extrajudicial killings, abductions, and all of that. Then point 3, end abductions. 4, credible selection panel to constitute the IEBC, and then a national economic recovery program. Then it went on to say there is a wet blanket option where William Ruto uses military and police power to stay in power. And then the 5th option, which could emanate from this, is ethnic clashes begin in some parts of the country because of this situation of chaos. Unfortunately, we are seeing scenario 4 and scenario 5 because the youth have done their part and they are continuing to engage because this is a political contestation. They are holding their side, but the state is responding by not listening and by using force. Scorched earth policy, where when politicians begin to mobilize militia, that's a situation for anarchy. When you use threaten lethal force to citizens, again, what are you saying? So we are in a very dire situation. And the question is, how do we get out of this?
And I mean, even as we continue, and I think these are some of the things that come out even in this discourse, because this discourse is happening in many, many different pockets across platforms in the country. But one of the things that then is very clear is that if there is prescriptive discourse that's taking place, that you should do this because of what we have seen, there also has to be an ample playing ground whereby it is accepted. Because everybody's saying so many things. Ruto must go, leadership must change, this is the recommendation. But what if the president actually doesn't see a problem, as he has alluded to several times? Bonapogisho, he really doesn't see what everybody's making noise about. He's even asked the question and said, Munataka niende, how will I go?
It's actually telling parents, you need to sit down with your children.
You guys are the
talk
ones
to your
with
children.
the problem.
And it's not the first time he's addressing parents to talk to the children. So the problem is parents are not talking to their children or addressing important issues with their children.
How do you deal with that? I mean, because he doesn't see that there's an issue, so everybody else is the one who's making noise here. If anything, he's telling you what he's going to do secondary to those issues that are bringing about these problems in the country.
Well, if only the president could realize that trust is waning, the public trust. If he can only realize that he needs to do something about it, he would then begin to listen. But until and unless he does that, he thinks that it's the noise outside there. That is noise. It's not even a part of the agenda of the country. And so I would rather say that, and I speak a lot about these things about trust and how to restore trust. And one of the things about trust is, if you really have a problem, is to get back to clarity. Can you make it, are these young people clear to you? Do you understand them? The second one is one thing which they don't have. It's called compassion. I mean, if there's no compassion in leadership, you're going to be ruthless to your country. And that element of compassion is followed by an element of character. And when people see the character that's leading them, looks at the people who are leading them, trust will never come back. Will not come back because they look at the way, the person in charge of internal security, would say things like, "Shoot them," and so they run away from that and think, where are we? We are not part and parcel of this. And the president needs to bring everybody on board. So the challenge that we have as a country is our situation. Can we be consistent? Can we at least be consistent what we say we do? And who is the person? When the spokesperson of the government says one thing and somebody comes and changes that immediately, can we say that there is no order in the house? Is that what it is? Are we being led by people who are not orderly? They are not orderly. So I believe when the chips are down, we're going to have to count the losses of this government. And we're going to say, where did we go wrong? And why was everybody quiet? Why was nobody except the young people? Who else was speaking? And so when the Gen Zs come with their agenda and they say we want accountability, the president says, yes, I'm going to do that. He does it for a few days, and then it's forgotten. They are back to square one. Some of the appointments that have been made, you cannot even explain. Were they made for the purpose of restoring order, for restoring trust, or they were just made because of some kind of satisfaction for the moment? And so I do agree with you that we are in a situation in our country, a country that we love so much, a country that I call a special country, that we need now to realize that we have to protect our country. We have to come out and say, please, this is the way we want to be led. Lead us this way. Because if we go this path, we will have no country. And the people who have money now, which is a lot of young people and people who are in government now have a lot of money. And so billionaires and millionaires have come out within a short time. And they become blinded. They've developed blind spots. They cannot see the rest of us. They cannot see who is suffering. They cannot see who is weeping. They cannot see,
Or can they? And I think this probably may be a deeper question. That is it possible that, we want to philosophize this quite some, and we want to say, well, that maybe they do see, but because of the fact that is not the priority, that is not the original intention, because I'm not able to connect myself with somebody who sees the suffering of people and doesn't do anything about it, unless their agenda was never to do anything about it from the very beginning. So here we are saying that you should do something about it because it is the right thing to do. But what if that was not my agenda?
The whole foundation of constitutional democracy, constitutional government, rule of law, is to check state power. That's the whole foundation, because it recognizes that unchecked state power leads to violation. So the question we've been struggling with as a country is how do we check excessive state power? We have a constitution that sought to remove some of those presidential powers and disperse them to parliament, to the oversight institutions, but we have seen it was not enough. Because despite the constitution, despite having constitutional protection, we have a DPP who withdrew corruption cases under the direction, we assume, of the president who had now ascended. And you then say this DPP who withdrew cases that he said were coerced needed to leave office, either because he was coerced or has now been coerced.
Because in the very beginning, you gave a full watertight charge sheet to the court and said, we found evidence, and because of this, we must proceed to trial.
So one way or the other, either you are inept or you are complicit. Either way, you don't deserve that office, let alone the more powerful office of the DCI, of the NIS. Because how do you then take this person of this character and interest to the NIS, who is supposed to be giving intelligence to the government? And, we've then seen what is coming out of that. Then we've talked about the appointments in the police being politically, leading to partisanship. So the problem we have is the president and the people. I always say William Ruto because I think he's really not risen to presidency due to just the conduct of his administration. But William Ruto and the people around him are asking the wrong question, because the question they're asking is, how do we hold on to power? They should be asking what is good for the country when the majority of the population have said you must go. That takes humility, as Mr. Pogisho here is saying. Do we have leaders of humility, of sobriety, who can recognize this isn't really about you? This is about a country that needs fundamental reforms, and you're not up to the task. So one, they need that clarity. We also need to recognize there has not been justice for the victims. And this is I think that of the many violations and failures of Nelson Koech as the chair of defense has been really ignoring the plight of the victims and becoming a government apologist, as Pogisho has said here. Instead of operating as the oversight arm, you become an apologist. You're the one who is even more rabid than the state itself. He needs to be recalled immediately and dealt with by Kenyans, which comes back actually to this point of Kenyans having this habit of electing people without paying attention to what they do. But maybe the last point I want to make, what do you do when a president will not listen? The colonialists would not listen. Kenya is a country that's built on a history of non-violent protest. And in the case of the Mau Mau, that included armed insurgency. But there was still a lot of non-violent protest. Harithuku, when he was arrested, 1922, was one of the first recorded. And in fact, the colonialists killed 150 Kenyans because of the protest. And it was led by a woman who stripped and said, you men, give me your trousers because you're not men enough. They have arrested our leaders. So 1922. 1937, there was a labor protest that actually formed the foundation of the labor movement. Unfortunately, the labor movement has then really been co-opted and has lost that energy. Then, of course, you get into the agitation for independence, and then into the 70s and 1992. So when political power does not listen, the people must make it listen.
But Wanjiru,
and this is what our Gen Z are doing. Question is, what more needs to be done to augment the energies of the Gen Zs or the youth and turn that into the protest agenda?
Well, they're not listening, but the broad-based partner, Raila Odinga, has said...
The previous opposition.
Yes.
Would be.
Has proposed and seems to be pushing for an intergenerational conclave.
Yeah, I thought we already said we don't understand what a conclave is.
Well, it's just coming to the table to dialogue.
Number two, I think the legitimacy of Raila Odinga is so, watered down because this is the opposition that needed to have stood with Kenyans and instead got into bed with the political leadership. Yes, there is need for a dialogue, but the proposals that Raila Odinga made seem to have been cut and paste from the BBI discussion. So you even wonder, don't you have new people? Maybe employ some of the Gen Zs to advise Raila Odinga.
So if it's a question of dialogue,
wrongly placed.
Yeah. Who should call this dialogue?
Yeah, first of all, the whole issue of the person who should call this dialogue is a question because if for example, the young people have said, you can't talk to us.
They don't want to have this conversation.
What conversation are you saying they have?
Yes.
Haven't they put their demands, and their demands are implement the constitution?
Exactly.
Then that is like a student sitting in class, being told, revise, there is a test. Then you say, let us negotiate. First, do the test. When you get the results and you struggle, then you sit and talk.
It's a very difficult time to lead this country for any leader. But the leader must realize that the opportunities are there to change this country for good. Because right now, everybody's giving you the information you need. They're very fortunate that the young people are using whatever knowledge they have to show the president, say, this is what we need. This is what the country needs. Please do this. And you should take that as an advantage that you have people like that who are actually giving you good advice and wanting to show you that this is what we want. This is the Kenya you want. And so this is a time for President William Ruto to say, I will be the president who will transform this country based on the needs of my people and how we want this country to be. Bring the change that you promised that you would bring. This is the time for him to do that. Unfortunately, I don't think he has enough support from the people around him to move this country to the direction of the young people. Because if the young people themselves cannot be heard, cannot be listened to, they have the correct... These guys have already formulated what I would say a governance structure in their minds and also in their documentation. They've done it. Here it is. And instead of embracing them, you're actually punishing them for it. And I think that the situation is, I want the president to understand. I do understand it's not an easy time to rule over people who are so highly educated but jobless. To continue to talk to people whose means are not guaranteed. And what are you going to do? Because the president came out. You know, when the president says, Mimi Nasumbuliwa, and yet you had presidents before me. But nobody promised the things you promised. Those guys had their own share of problems, but they only got the amount equivalent to what they promised.
Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Exactly.
Right? And a lot of the things that we're hearing, one would imagine that they're just being said in passing, but it's very difficult for you to say things in passing if there's no element of really feeling that from inside. And some of the proclamations that we've heard, and repeatedly so, by folks who should be in a position of actually this kind of leadership whereby the people, number one, are protected. Then we want to ask ourselves the question. Previously, when we heard things like this, bodies like the NCIC would have jumped all over it and said, okay, what can we do about some of these things? But we don't see that happening. Are we hurtling quickly, or are we already in the throes of whereby you say we are in a place where very little then can be salvaged?
We can never say that because it's our country. And I think there are two forces, if you're to kind of simplify this. There's the force that is progressive, trying to move us towards a new Kenya. Then there are the forces that are trying to hold on to the status quo. And this tension is the one that we are seeing. Unfortunately, like I said, and going back to these very good NCCK scenarios, William Ruto still has the option to be the redemptive leader, as Pogisho is saying, to read the time and say, I will put the interest of the country first, and I will take actions to begin to rebuild the trust. What would those actions be? And he's already missed so many and is digging himself deeper in a hole. This is David D's favorite slogan. If you're in a hole, stop digging. These people have dug. They're about to come out the other end. When he dissolved the cabinet, he had an opportunity. Because he dissolved the cabinet based on, presumably, that these people lacked legitimacy, had failed in some way. He needed then a proper, that would have been the basis of consultation. Had he then invited Gen Z to say, let us have a discussion about how I reconstitute, then he would have begun having a dialogue. But what did he do? He said, let us meet and talk. He dissolved, let us meet and talk. Gen Z refused to talk because that conversation was not framed. He then reappointed the same people. So now that we are here, not only does he have a cabinet that is carrying a lot of baggage, he now has also in the security sector people who have lost the confidence of Kenyans. So again, if there's a possibility of humility and this discernment, because discernment is God-given and it's lacking in our in our top leadership. If there's that opportunity, start with a clear action that you are breaking from failed leadership. Let us put leadership, integrity, center stage, not to talk, to act.
So are we at a point where we say, because of statements that have been made, we can excuse what is happening? Because listen to what the Interior Minister said, what Koech has said, what the President himself said, and say, you know what, these were just roadside statements. Or is this the position of government? Pogisho, you've served that.
Sorry about that. I tell you what, there's nothing from a president that's called roadside pronouncement, or from a minister. And I have said this day and age, whatever you say is international news. You can say it in your bedroom, it will be picked somehow and it will become news international. Now, the whole world is discussing the shoot to kill of our country. I want to say, bring back compassion to leadership. Bring back compassion. These are human beings, these are Kenyans. Let's not deal with them as though they were people, strangers from another planet. These are your own people. Bring back compassion to leadership. Don't shoot anybody. Treat people like they were your sons and daughters, your brothers and sisters, and let's not talk that language. In fact, by the way, I come from West Pokot, and now something strange has happened in West Pokot. Cannibalism has been found there. You heard about people now eating people. Is that desperation? Or is it some kind of weird things which have come into the country? So the question of let's meet on a conclave is the same as saying let's pray for our country. And even prayer need to be directed faithfully and honestly.
In one direction.
Do we trust each other in this particular manner? When you say let's pray for our country, do you tell me how do we pray? We must then agree. How are we going to pray?
Good questions. Good discourse. Good necessary, I think, to put these things out in the open. We will not be the proverbial ostrich. We will talk about these things as necessarily as we must. Samuel Pogishio and Wajiro Gekonyo, thank you for being here with us this morning, starting off this week with this conversation. Necessary to have more.
Thank you.
Asante Sana. Okay. Good morning at 8:02.
The list, Elliot Lagat is expected to return on duty today after an investigation report cleared him of any wrongdoing despite being linked to the murder of blogger and teacher Albert Ojwang. DIG Lagat was out of the office for 18 days since he temporarily stepped aside to allow IPOA complete its investigation. In its investigation report, IPOA said there was no evidence that directly linked him to murder of Ojwang, who is believed to have been tortured and brutally beaten to death at the Central Police Station. Now, Judge Chacha Mwita is also expected to rule today on a case filed by UK-based activist Karanja Matindi challenging Lagat's decision to temporarily step aside from his post to allow for a preliminary investigation. Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has reiterated that opposition leaders do not trust the new IEBC officials. Speaking in Kitui County, Kalonzo said that in 2027 elections, the opposition will have its own counting and verification center to confirm the results. Furthermore, Kalonzo said that opposition leaders will announce the results of the votes within 24 hours of the exercise.
It's a new dawn, a new country. All of them watamani hiyo vituo. Hatutakuwa tukitamainia IEBC ya William Ruto. Tutatangaza matokeo ya nani ameshinda urais kabla ya saa 2 the following day. Na tutakuwa tukipeperusha matokeo from every polling station to the presidential tallying center. Sio jambo kusema sio jambo wa kawaida. We will recognize, just make sure watu wachukue vipande.
Legally, only the IEBC has the constitutional authority to announce the official election results. Kenyan lawyer and political activist Miguna has dismissed former Interior Cabinet Secretary Fred Matiang'i's 2027 presidential ambitions, branding him unfit for public office due to what he terms a legacy of abuse of power and impunity. In an interview with the local media house, Miguna said Matiang'i epitomized the worst excesses of Kenya's security and governance apparatus, citing personal experiences including his 2018 abduction, forced exile and destruction of property. Miguna, who was deported from Kenya in 2018 following his role in the mock swearing-in of then-opposition leader Raila Odinga, specifically accused Matiang'i of overseeing his sedation and forceful removal from the country.
But I specifically wanted to refer to many instances where Dr. Matiang'i subjected not just me to atrocious abuse, torture, and violations of my constitutional and human rights, but also defied multiple court orders in an egregious and unconscionable manner.
That's the Newswire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can't run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Okay, so where are we this morning? We are into traffic hour proper, that's for sure. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on these roads as you do then get into the city. All right, we know that there's construction happening on Mombasa Road today, and so as you come in from Imara Daima, then out towards, it's very slow. It's inching along because the road's been dug up, so fun. As you then get towards the Nyamweya Stadium, it's going to take you a while, so you might want to think about diverting if you're not on Mombasa Road yet, and it's probably going to be like that for the next couple of days, not couple, probably more than that. As we get into it. Into the CBDs where most folks are going this morning, it's busy coming off of the Eastern Bypass. We'll then connect with traffic through towards the Cabanas interchange. So all of that is busy there. On the Thika Superhighway, it's now been contained to just beyond the Allsops Junction, and then it heads out towards Murang'a Road. There is traffic on Kiambu Road as you get into the city as well. Coming out of Western, it's not too bad this morning. We'll give it a fair shake, and it looks like we'll then be able to get into things easily as you come off of Ngong Road as well. All right, let's see what happens as we get through the morning. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 8 o'clock. Good morning. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you. And we're making the connection gig after gig after gig.
Yes, and everybody comes from a home, and when you talk about the internet and you have your home set up for work, for family, for your office, in your house, sometimes you may be thinking, okay, how much money do I spend when we talk about Safaricom? Well, installation is free, first of all. Maintenance is equally free. To replace that router is also free. If you decide you're relocating to another neighborhood, also the relocation is free. And in case there's downtime, you get 5 GB from Safaricom as you wait for your issue to be sorted. Usually this takes 24 hours, then the issue is sorted. But then you may be asking, so if I don't have fiber in my area and you still want to enjoy fast internet, so what do I do? Well, I've got a solution for you, and 5G is the way to go. The router, again, is 2,999 Kenyan shillings. It's very, very fast. It's portable, meaning that you can actually move with it anywhere. So you're going for lunch somewhere, you're traveling to Shags, you can carry it in your car, you can enjoy fast internet speeds. And where do you get this? You can get this from any Safaricom shop or masoko.com or Quick Mart supermarket, or simply dial *400# and make that switch. Safaricom feels good to be home.
Indeed it does. And when we're talking about wealth protection, we're talking about decision support, we're talking about portfolio management, what keeps a lot of people up at night? The idea, essentially, that everything they've built could be lost just like that, drop of a hat, either through poor advice or market downturns. That's why wealth preservation and risk management are key pillars at Standard Chartered Priority Banking. Their expert teams don't just guide you, they protect your assets from market fluctuations, economic shocks, and unexpected risks. Add to that their specialized investment advice and portfolio management, and you've got a recipe for building sustainable long-term wealth. And for those overwhelmed by endless options from real estate to international investments, you get expert help to optimize decision making. So what do you need to do? Realize that it's not just about growing wealth, it's about growing wisely and with clarity. Your path to smart, protected, and informed wealth starts with one email: wealth.ke@sc.com. This is your time. And that's what we want you to think about as you get into this week, as well as other conversations that we get into this morning, necessary for us to do, because we're then getting into our second conversation, another one of our conversations this hour. Joining us in the hot seats of the Situation Room, Professor Alfred Omenya is a policy and governance expert, and he's in the hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Prof, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Welcome. Good to have you here. The former IEBC Chief Executive Officer is James Oswago. He joins us in the other hot seat of the Situation Room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Fine, and you?
Good to have you here. Fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. All right. Dennis takes us around the continent. He gleans proverbs from where he goes. This week, he's gone to another country. He'll let you know where that is. It's interesting because it's got 2 Dennises, and I know everybody's looking at which one. All right.
Dennis A, Dennis B.
There's actually a Dennis A, interestingly enough, and that's a Dennis A. We'll tell you which country we've gone to, and he'll tell you the problem. We'd love to hear your interpretation of it.
So the country we're in today is Nigeria, where Ndu comes from. We're happy to have her here by choice, And so it's bordered by Benin, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, with a population of 220 million people. And you were talking about Nigeria being Africa's largest economy, driven by oil and gas. We talk about agriculture, and the major exports include crude oil, petroleum products, cocoa, rubber, and cashew. Today we talk about Nigerian music that continues to traverse the world. Burna Boy is a good export from that country. We talk about the Nigerian attire. So we have the gele that women tie. We also have the Nigerian attire that nowadays, when you go to all the rurashios and years, it is Nigerian attire.
Dennis, you may be assuming they know Burna Boy. We do.
Let me say Fela Kuti.
No, may assume he doesn't know. I'm sure Mr. Soko may know.
I think I've heard of that.
You have
heard of Burna Boy?
Yes.
So we're trading.
If you're talking about the fellow who's winning prizes all over.
Exactly.
You're updated, I see.
He's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's go to the proverb. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. I'll start with you, Bonasio. It's a good way. How would you interpret that?
Ignorance
makes one not realize meat is cooked.
Tough one there.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I don't see why that is Nigerian. That is tough all over.
Remember, your interpretation can never be wrong. That's the beauty of it.
Ignorance makes one realize meat is cooked.
Not realize.
Not realize.
Meat is cooked.
I think it's better to eat slowly. Kula pole pole. Kula pole pole. It's all right. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Yeah. I think for me it is missing the obvious. That sometimes you're so ignorant that what is obviously there, surely cooked meat, number one, smells cooked, looks cooked. But you can be so ignorant that you actually don't believe that it is cooked meat. In fact, maybe you may not even believe that it's meat. You start arguing how it is milk tea.
Yeah.
But how do you realize it is not cooked if you have not tasted?
Ignorance.
Or if I think I just thought about it because we're looking at that the meat is already cooked.
Yeah.
But ignorance said that this meat that you see, that in order to eat it you must cook it. Ignorance says that you actually don't realize that we have to cook this thing to eat it.
There's also that, yes.
That we can just start eating it without cooking it because we are ignorant of the fact that it must actually be cooked, in order for you to consume it.
But in today's palate, you can also argue there's somebody who wants to eat their rare meat. So they may say,
there's something wrong with
I prefer rare, medium rare.
That one is a disturbed person, man.
It's a tough one.
I think that proverb was invented before fire was discovered.
Or maybe after, in this case, because they realize before.
Or maybe after, yeah.
After. But we have to ask the Yoruba uncles because they're the ones who came up with this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, getting into things this morning, the IEBC and its constitution or lack thereof is in front and center of our conversations today. We are quite late in the game, are we not, when it comes to the number one selection, the nomination, and then the establishment of an IEBC about, 2 years or less towards an election that's coming up. And the headlines are awash. I just said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to go through the list of headlines that we see over the last and this is just 10 hours and there's already 17 headlines just around the IEBC. But before that, what are we seeing? That the courts had come in and said, you know what, absolutely not. President Ruto re-gazettes appointment of new IEBC chair. New IEBC chair, commissioner set to be sworn in after High Court dismisses petition. Newly appointed IEBC team, DP Kindiki, Deputy President Professor Kithure Kindiki has called upon Kenyans to support them. IEBC chair, Ethicon and commissioners have now been sworn in. The response to reports of plan to rig the 2027 election, and the High Court nullifies Ruto's IEBC appointments but allows for regularization. Now, according to Ethicon, with IEBC in place, the country is preparing for mini elections, and the new IEBC team is finally gazetted, and the new IEBC team is sworn in. Okay, so many things happening at the same time. And Friday, then we did see the swearing in after having been announced by the Chief Justice that this was going to be done. And we all started to ask ourselves questions. Okay, hang on a minute. Did the court not just say that we should hang on and wait? Or was there an interpretation that was missed? We'll start with you, Professor Omenya, where we are going with this. Should we not be happy and say, okay, funny, look, there are many elections to be held. By-elections have been waiting for many a day. And then there's a huge election that comes in 2027, knock on wood and all of that. But is it not okay that we move on?
Well, I think the issue is not just about moving on.
Okay.
And I think that's the trouble with the whole IBC, and I think part of the problem is that conversation itself about moving on. I think this time round, as a country, as a people, we need to ask questions. In fact, it's interesting. We started with a proverb, and it was about asking questions and people not asking questions. I think we have profound ignorance in this country because we seem to be repeating exactly the same problems year after year, and every year it gets worse. In fact, this particular time, IBC that is meant to be permanent and in place has just arrived. And they're excitedly, getting into the game and saying, oh, we're going to play very well. And you're asking, but I thought the game was soccer and it takes 90 minutes. But you're saying you only have 30 minutes and you'll play soccer very well. How? These are the questions that we must ask ourselves. What are the implications of, these issues that we've been having? Be they legal, be they delays, these guys just being sworn in now. They should have delineated boundaries by law.
Yes.
Last year. That has not even started. If it starts, does it remain legal and even legitimate in the first instance? They are meant to have been preparing continuously for the last 5 years. They've just arrived. Can we still get that preparation to the quality and the standards that is expected, in law? They are meant to have been registering voters for the last 5 years. Are you telling me that, Ethicon and his team have this magic where they'll be able to do this effectively, within this remaining period, while actually the previous IBC failed to register people after 5 years? You remember? They missed the deadline by almost, 60%. So we have all these issues, things that should have been happening, processes that should be going, deadlines that are constitutional, and nobody's speaking about them. All we have is an excited group of people that have gotten in, and they're not even telling us how they'll do it, but they'll do it. And Kenya, we are gung ho, it's going to be done, and then very soon we'll be crying on the streets saying, how come these guys never managed to deliver? It is time, actually, to start asking questions, not to start celebrating, things that don't make sense in the first instance.
Okay. Maybe then, Bonoswaga, you can tell us then, how would this work, actually? Having been CEO of the IEBC, at some point, many are asking questions now. 2 years to an election, and there's so many things that have not been done. By whatever circumstance, for example, members of parliament who are no longer members of parliament, whether by death or whether by promotion to other positions, then now leaves a people unrepresented. And those should have happened, but they couldn't happen by dint of there being no IEBC in place. How will all of these things now start to come together? And we're not even talking about because of persona, we're talking about procedure.
Correct.
How should these things happen, where by-elections need to happen constitutionally, so that people can have some kind of representation? And then we're also going towards preparedness towards an election, which for all intents and purposes is in a year and a half, right? Because don't count anything from March 2027 towards preparedness. If you're not ready, you're not ready. There's also civic education. There's voter registration. There's so many things that are supposed to be going on. Does it make sense that it can happen in this time?
Thank you. Well, those things can be done and will be done. It depends on the level of satisfaction that we are talking about. But I'm answering you not as somebody who has been CEO IEBC, but because of what I've gathered in the period that since I left IEBC, and I've come to the conclusion that as a country, we expect IEBC to deliver something that it cannot deliver. Article 81 of the Kenyan Constitution talks about the principles of elections.
Right.
And it lists a number of things, the sorts of election that IEBC must do. Article 88 gives the mandate of the IEBC. Now, Kenyans want an election that meets the minimum that is raised in Article 81. IEBC cannot do that because IEBC is like an independent referee. And if there are no rules governing the game outside you, you may not deliver to the expectation of the individuals that you are supplying, that you are dealing with. For example, technically speaking, IEBC has delivered very well from 2013. The capacity to do its own technical work. So IEBC left on its own has built a competent bureaucracy at the middle level. They can deliver an election, and they have done so very well. And in the election that IEBC has done since 2013, those elections has been by and large very well done. I can see you are looking at me incredulously.
I'm just looking.
Yes. Those elections from 2013 to now has been done by and large very, very well. And if you read the Carter Center report, you read the European Union report of monitors. And if you want to read monitors' reports, you only restrict yourself to those two. I would recommend those two. Don't go to the AU one or the East African Community one. We do 6 elections, and there is really no quarrel about the 5 elections.
Sure.
True.
We only have a quarrel with the 6th election.
Yes, true.
So it is not that the structure and the mechanism and the process are not there. They are there. But the question we should be asking ourselves, how is it that the same processes, the same mechanism work so well? And all these elections are done contemporaneously. They're done at the same time. How is it that this mechanism delivers well at the MP level, at the governor level, but is found faulty at the presidential level? Because that is where the problem has been. And the grievances that there have been about the presidential outcomes from 2013 to date, those grievances, all of them, if you look at them at every stage, have a lot of merit. Maybe they were dismissed because of this technical consideration, because maybe the high levels of thresholds, yes. But there are a lot of merit in those grievances. So the question is, how is it so that you said the same system delivers on 5 but fails
on 1?
On 1. You see, it cannot be that the processes are wrong. It means something else is wrong. And in my view, what is wrong and that needs to be cured is the complete architecture in which IEBC works. And I don't think we are ready to face that as a country. I can mention to you a number of them, if you allow me.
Please.
Number 1, the things that unless you correct, you will not get the free, fair, and accountable elections you are looking for. And the election you are looking for is structured in Article 81. That is an election that is, you talk about equality of the vote, universal franchise, an election that is free, fair, and accountable, secret ballot. And we are talking about an election conducted by an independent electoral commission. All those things are in Article 81. Now, number 1 thing that Kenya needs to do is, 1, to decongest the presidency.
What does that mean?
Decongest the presidency means you have an alternative to the presidency, maybe the prime minister's office. For 20 years, Kenyans wanted to build a constitution. And in the 20 years that Kenyans were seeking to build a new constitution, there were 2 things which were concurrent, which were uppermost in Kenyans' mind. One was devolution, the other one was imperial presidency. We did something about devolution, whether satisfactorily or not, but we did something about it. But what we did with the imperial presidency, in my view, leaves a lot to be desired. So either it is still imperial, the way we didn't want it to be, or it is terribly imperious. It depends on how you look at it. But unless and until Kenyans learn to do something about that, to restructure the executive, so that a person does not see their livelihood as good or bad purely because one of their own tribal extraction is sitting in State House. If you can change that so that there is competing or alternative centers of power in Kenya, we will still consider the presidency as the be and all of our livelihood. So that you say it is our government because your tribesman is the president, or it is not your government because your tribesman is not there. We started with this in the 60s and we are still stuck with it. The reason why Kenyans wanted a decongested presidency was because you kind of you don't dilute the executive, but you create alternatives in the executive. That is number one that must be done. Number two that we must do as Kenyans is change the electoral system. What we have now is called first past the post. In all, there are about 170 democracies in the world. If you take the 50 best run democracies and their organization that continually grade all democratic countries every year, if you take the 50 best run democracies in the world, what is common to them is the electoral system is a proportional representation. First past the post is popular in Africa, except South Africa. Proportional representation does something. It hardly creates people who are disillusioned. It hardly creates a populace that feels they are disenfranchised.
Correct.
Your person may not be in government, but because of the nature of the voting, you still feel you are somehow represented. So we need to introduce proportional representation. We already have it at the level of MCS. But we need to reverse so that proportional representation becomes the predominant one rather than become the lesser one.
Okay.
As it is today, what we have is first past the post. First past the post by its nature creates polarization along tribes, polarization along races, polarization along races or anything else. In my view, that needs to be changed. I'm mentioning things which once you change them, once you do them well, then you can have the sorts of elections that Kenyans are looking for. Things which before you deal with them, we will always complain. That is the second one. Third one, deal with corruption. Why is corruption? Because corruption introduces money in politics. When money becomes endemic or dominant in politics, elections lose many things. In the US in 2010, the Supreme Court, there was a judgment of the Supreme Court. It's called Citizen United versus Federal Election Commission. And the Supreme Court ruled that corporations with money and oligarchs with money can contribute as much as they want to a political process. That the amount of money you contribute to an electoral process is not limited because that contribution is freedom of expression. And because freedom of expression is not restricted in the Constitution, to ask rich people to limit the amount of money they contribute is somehow compromise that freedom. What is the result? Today in the United States, you can predict the outcome of any election depending on the amount of money that a candidate has mobilized. That is in America today.
The more they mobilize,
you can predict whether it is, and that is the reason why Elon Musk gave Trump 300 million, and recently he said, without my 300 million, you would not have been elected.
Okay.
And we know that happens. In Kenya, a study was done by Professor Karuti Kanyingi and somebody called Nyamweya, and they found out that Money is so much dominant in Kenyan politics that today to be a member of parliament, you need about maybe 40 million shillings. They didn't cover the election of the president and the election of the governor. But you find that to be a governor today, this is my own calculation, you need perhaps a war chest of about 500 million shillings. How do you recover it?
Get the post and work for what we've seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
If that is what it takes to be a governor, it might take something between 10 billion more to be the president. Because they also found something else. They found that in Kenya, politicians don't mobilize money just to win an election. You mobilize money to win an election, and the day after the election, you start the effort to re-elect yourself, to remain there. So it is a continuous thing. You must get money all the time. Now, where does this money come from? There are three types of corruption. There is the state capture, there is the grand corruption, and there is the retail corruption. Grand corruption only occurs when the office of the president, grand corruption requires three things. One, capture of the office of the president and the treasury. One. Two, a privileged high-level public service. And now you appoint your own fellows there. And thirdly, a business elite outside the government. And if that happens, and the Zondo Commission in South Africa has shown very well how this works. It will always be there as long as money is in politics. So in Kenya, you need to deal with that. If you want to have the sorts of election we are dealing with today, the legislation in Kenya that deals with controlling money in politics is either, if you read it, is either half-hearted in design or is hardly enforced.
So, Prof, are we looking at a situation where we're saying that all of these things that we see that have been maybe put into the design of how we deal with elections are for those purposes and not actually to have free, fair, efficient elections?
Now, let me just finish. That was the third one. I'll quickly run. The fourth one is now come to IEBC. As IEBC is presently constituted, now they have formed an IEBC. They started their work yesterday, and they're saying we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now give them 6 years, so they will run the next election 2027. But the same people will not run the election in 2032 because their term is 6 years. Election management everywhere in the world, you master it the more you do it. So the tenure of election managers everywhere in the world is about 15 to 20 years. In Kenya, for one reason or the other, it is only 6 years. So you run an election, you gain the experience. Instead of using that experience to better run the next general election, you are out doing something else. Okay? That is number one. In the case of IEBC, that must be done. Two is the autonomy of IEBC. Kenya has managed to create an autonomy for the justices. In Kenya today, if there is a vacancy in the judiciary and your brother or relative works in the office of the president, that can hardly influence you being appointed a judge in Kenya. But that is not the case with any other position. So Kenya must find a mechanism, a way of really bringing up and truly independent IEBC commissioners.
Are you then saying if you have a brother in State House that can influence who then gets into IEBC?
Yes.
Okay, Prof.
That's exactly what he's saying, and they did.
I'm giving an example.
Yeah, using the same example.
Yes, I'm giving an example.
Yeah, of autonomy.
I'm giving an example that what we require is a truly autonomous IEBC.
And because we lack that, then are you?
And because we lack that autonomy in IEBC, we appoint IEBC commissioners. These commissioners are beholden to external interests. Those external interests, immediately they get into office, they come to collect. Because that answers the question, why is it that perennially IEBC finds commissioners who will bend to the external influences? In Nigeria, there was somebody called Professor Tahiri Jega. Tahiri Jega was appointed chairman of their INEC. He didn't want the post. So when they called him, he asked them, before that they had run the worst election in their history. So he asked them, will you allow me to do the work? And they said yes. And he ran the place. He removed about 14 million people from the voters list. He sacked and he ran an independent body because he was autonomous. IEBC needs true autonomy. When you start quarreling about the sorts of quarrels you saw recently, even if they are not merited, in the mind of the public, the image is already sullied. The one currency that IEBC has, the one capital that IEBC has, is legitimization in the minds of Kenyans. IEBC can give you a very bad result. But if Kenyans believe that result is true, it is true. IEBC can also give you a very good result.
Okay.
If Kenyans believe that result is bad, they'll reject it. So the only thing that IEBC has is legitimization. And the last one that needs to be done is the regime that regulates political parties. We have political parties which are formed every time there is an election. All right? The law is so fluid that you can just wait towards an election, form your own political party, form a coalition there, form a coalition there. So you find these alignments and realignments as you are nearing an election, and they are not policy-based. They are based on all the other things. You need to come with a robust system that deals with that. When you get those 5 things right, then you can talk of the free, fair election that you are talking about in Article 81.
Okay.
Before you do that, you will get the election which we got in 2013, 2017, 2022, which are not bad elections for the 5 positions.
I'd like us to take a break at this point, and we're going to come back and hear from you, Prof, in just a bit. We're looking at the new formed IEBC, what then it would actually form for the country, and the direction in which we are actually going. It's 20 minutes to 9 o'clock. Let's hear what you need to do. Today's the last day to get your vaccinations in.
Yes, today is the last day, and every child deserves a healthy start in life, but threats like typhoid and measles, rubella still endanger the communities. Now, typhoid is a strong illness spread through contaminated food and water, causing high fever, stomach pain, and fatigue, while measles is highly contagious and can lead to severe complications, especially in young children. But that as it may, all is not lost. We can save our children one at a time because these diseases are preventable. Now, children aged 9 months to 14 years will receive the typhoid conjugate vaccine, while those aged 9 months to 5 years will also get the measles rubella vaccine. Remember, the exercise is ongoing but ends today. Now, health workers are ready to serve you at public health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship across the country. Now, this message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, WHO, and development partners, including Conversations right here on SpiceFM.
All right, and even as we talk about looking at how you can actually go and get treated, the Aga Khan University Hospital, Roy Sambu, watu wa Thika Road, usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Hospital, giving you options, has brought dialysis near at their Roy Sambu Specialty Center. The medical center is SHA certified, and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for all your dialysis. Other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roy Sambu Clinic include chemotherapy, also include endoscopy and daycare surgeries. Specialists available at this clinic include a pediatrician, a gynecologist, family physicians, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, ENT, dentists, dermatologists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. And for more information, call 0730 011 888. That's 0730 011 888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The Ministry of Health is conducting a typhoid and measles rubella vaccination campaign in all the 47 counties from 5th to 14th July 2025. The typhoid vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 14 years. The measles rubella vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 5 years. These vaccines are safe, effective, and available free of charge at all health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship near you. Typhoid is a serious disease that spreads through contaminated food and water. Maintain safe water and sanitation even after receiving the typhoid vaccine. Measles is highly contagious. It can cause severe complications and even death. Vaccination against measles offers the best protection against the disease. Let's protect our children from typhoid and measles rubella. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with UNICEF and the World Health Organization.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly sunny conditions in Nairobi, 15. It's 15 and sunny in Nakuru and 15 and sunny into Nyeri. The sun is up at 15 in Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 25. Malindi is sunny at 26. Cloudy at 22 in Kisumu, while 18 and mostly sunny into Kakamega. Kampala is sunny at 19, going to highs of 25, and it's 23 and sunny in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg sunny at 10, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny. Addis is cloudy at 16. There's a haze over Lagos skies at 24, and it's 21 and sunny in Kinshasa.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 SpiceFM.
Okay, I don't know what happened there, but okay. Coming back into this conversation at this hour, and we're continuing this morning at 16 minutes to 9 o'clock. And as we continue this, we're talking with James Oswago, who's a former CEO of the IEBC, as well as Professor Alfred Omenya. The question that we're asking this morning, Prof, is it possible, based on the 5 that Prof has spoken about this morning, that James has spoken about this morning, is it possible to have a truly independent IEBC, independent to deliver the results of an election, non-partisan, as may have been perceived in the past?
Yes, I think this is, to me, the real concern. Because I think every time we discuss IBC, we get onto technicalities. And, in terms of, are they procuring things? Can we do mathematics? How come we can't count some particular votes and we can count others and so on? I think those things can be done even by high school Kenyans. We are avoiding the real elephant in the room. And the real elephant in the room is lack of leadership and again, lack of political will to ensure that we do actually have a free, fair, and independent IBC as it actually were. And of course, Kenyans are also avoiding the questions that we should be asking in the first instance. The good Major Years has spoken quite well about what IBC has been able to deliver and what they've not been able to deliver. What is not spoken to is asking, do Kenyans therefore believe that IBC can actually deliver? Now I'm talking as a Kenyan, he can talk as IBC. But I'm talking as a Kenyan, I don't believe so. And ask any Kenyan on the street whether IBC can and deliver, a free and fair election. At all levels, by the way. The presidency taints it, but I don't think people believe IBC can even deliver MCA level things. They're less contested, but I don't think we are at a point where Kenyans are saying, we have an excellent body. The only problem is this small matter of presidential elections. Let's face it, we don't have any trust in IBC, and it's not being built at all by the process and the behavior we're going through now currently. And the question is, if you don't actually engage with this particular question, why do Kenyans perceive IBC in that manner?
we have other institutions in this country. For example, we have the judiciary,
yes,
which Major also mentioned. Do Kenyans really believe that the judiciary is corrupt and is a terrible institution that happened to this country? The answer is no. I think exactly one of the places that we still think functions. But if you threw that same question to IBC, I think even people on the streets and all these other places will tell you this is actually a laughable institution, as it actually were. Because this is the institution that has almost destroyed this country, honestly. Kenya has almost collapsed several times, thanks to the way IBC conducts itself. I don't know where they invent these leaders of IBC, honestly. They seem to be amongst the worst human beings that we actually have in this country. Anyway, we have the presidential elections, and I think he's spoken very well about that. That Kenyans also don't trust IBC to deliver presidential election. That's perception. It doesn't matter whether the issue is IBC per se or the bad behavior of the fellows running for those posts and the tribal communities, and that has already picked up in earnest towards 2027, with the communities positioning themselves, for the presidency. And I think Major actually did articulate that a little bit. But again, the same question I'm asking myself is, why aren't we asking the fundamental questions? Where is the problem? And how can we do it differently?
What is the problem, Prof? Because here we are. Let's paint the picture, isn't it?
Yes.
We've talked about an election that happened in 2013.
Right.
Let's not talk about what happened in 2007, 2008. Let's go to 2013.
Correct.
We had an election that carried out in 2017, which the judiciary came out, which is what the Major says. The judiciary came out as maybe one of the only bodies which is truly autonomous and independent, and said, we're annulling this thing. Correct. Let's go back to the drawing board. Even that was kind of contentious because, everybody said, are we going to go back or not? Then come 2022, and people are saying, well, okay, maybe, when then a third of those who registered didn't actually vote.
Right.
These were three interesting elections that took place, but then birthed a place whereby we're coming to say that anything that happens after that, which should be independent in nature, seems to have gotten its legs chopped off, no pun intended, literally unable to make its way across the finish line.
Correct.
What is the problem? That somebody be nominated, somebody goes through a selection panel, somebody goes through the would-be proper procedures to have this thing established, and Kenyans are saying absolutely not. Don't trust them as far as I can throw them. Why?
This is the issue, because just like they talk in the corridors of law, I mean, justice is not just done, but it must be seen to be done. When it comes to IBC, the seeing part of it is not there. You know how counting is done in this country. We start. The press is following, then at some point, there's a blackout, and then a winner is declared. That is not being seen, to be done exactly well. And one of the things that I've actually questioned over and over and over again is why is it so difficult in Kenya to count presidential votes? And why can't we do them in a way that is credible? Kenyans, the voters are so few. I can count those presidential things on my phone here and give you a correct answer. How come we are not able to do it? We are able to count all the votes, by the way. We are able to count in a pretty transparent way. But the Kenyan are told, we're doing these things from, 5,000 stations. There are too many. Which 5,000 stations are you telling me are too many? This is nothing compared to almost...
come on, it's compared to
India.
Compared to school examinations.
School examination, exactly.
Yeah.
School examination. And we get so many things accurately. Therefore, my thesis is that the Kenyan election system, especially for the presidency, has been designed to be rigged right from ab initio to such ridiculous levels that simple things like counting cannot be done. And then here we are as a country saying, IBC cannot count. Then how do you solve this thing? Technology. Let's bring in KIAMS kits. Let's do this. Let's do. How much is it going to cost you? Oh, another 10 billion shillings. Another 20 billion shillings. What is the result? We still can't count. This is the challenge. This is the problem. The problem with IBC is a Kenyan problem. It's a deep problem of governance. It's a deep problem of corruption. It's a deep problem of looting. It's a deep problem of lack of transparency and accountability. And whatever you do, if you don't deal with the elephant in the room, that already the IBC we're talking about was a negotiation amongst the political class. And who was in there? It was President Ruto and Raila, basically the two of them. Kalonzo went to court because he felt that, he was around the table, but he was being treated as some of these fellows are prone to do as a Gen Z. And he felt he should have been treated as an elder. And he went and blocked this thing in the courts. So already, even before we get into an election, people are looking at this IBC as a Raila-Ruto IBC. And will Raila and Ruto allow IBC to conduct his processes in free, fair, transparent manner? Where is the evidence?
You see,
where is the evidence? Look at animation. Look at parties. Look at political parties. In fact, the only thing that saves political parties occasionally is that same IBC. The political parties are so corrupted. They are so terrible in conducting their own nominations and so on. They go outside there, pooping on their own followers, imposing these characters with money, who move from place to place, dishing out money to I don't know which politician's wife. So Major, you are talking about an MP spending 40 million. You must also factor in another 10 million to the politician's wife who owns the party. I will not mention which one, but that money must still be factored there. So my issue, I mean, if you saw members of IBC, some saying, we are supporting ODM. Why is that happening in the first instance? We don't have the independence. Part of the reason why we don't have the independence is because of just grand corruption in this country. And whatever you do, if those matters are not sorted out, these fellows, even Professor Yambaduwal is there, former Vice Chancellor, a brilliant human being. You'll be shocked that they'll not be able to count votes, some measly votes on whatever. Of course, talking metaphorically, this is to be done, of course, by the Secretariat. But these are the issues we must actually ask ourselves. How are we going to address these things if we're not addressing them? In fact, today I was thinking of this as an inaugural lecture, and I was actually calling it the making of a perfect disaster. That is what's happening in 2027. It'll be the making of a perfect disaster. And we are seeing the different components of the disaster coming together. Getting a contested IBC, already the constitution has already been flouted in terms of some of his roles, an impossibility of delivering within time and so on. And then, of course, eventually there's the presidency thing that was being discussed. And then eventually we close our eyes and imagine that somehow, through a miracle, we'll be able to say, these are the best elections ever conducted in Kenya. Where we must actually sit down and start engaging, start asking the tough questions. Professor Maina, expect a disaster. So I need to be told, how will this not be a disaster? Everything that I have, from the way these fellows have come in, from the law, from the nomination, from the timeline, every evidence I have from history, every evidence I have is a disaster.
Professor, if we talk about a disaster, let's go back to how votes are counted, right? So we have the Kim's kit, the entire digital technical things that have been put into place, including the physical voting. But remember that the presidential vote is counted and is final at the polling station, right? But then again, we have the National Tallying Center that is at the Bomas, and that has been a point of contestation for a very long time as to why do we need that to be there in place. So I come to you, Oswago. Why do we need the National Tallying Center, and what's your position on that?
Well, the law provides that the vote that is delivered, that is Article 6, provides that the vote that is delivered at the polling station is final. You can't change it. That means when the vote is delivered, once you vote at the polling station, that vote is it matters. But what happens is that when that vote is now transmitted between the polling station and the National Tallying Center, this is why you start having problems. You hear there is, it went through server A, server B, server A, and things like those. Now, in India, they have 900 million voters, and they vote. And they've got 1 million election workers. And they run election very well. Like you said, Professor, ours here is minuscule. 48, this is nothing.
Some 10 million.
But this is what I'm saying. The election, the commission, the staff does it good. You ask me a question. If the vote is sacrosanct at the polling station, and all the polling stations are known.
Correct.
And all these votes from the polling station are eventually transmitted to the National Tallying Center. Now, remember, from the polling station, the votes for the MP are also transmitted to the constituency level, and there is no fault there. The same votes from the polling station are transmitted to the county transmission center to determine who becomes a governor, who becomes a women rep, and there are very minimal problems there.
Correct.
So the problem only arises when the same votes are now transmitted from the polling station to the National Tallying Center. You will never hear about servers at the constituency level, servers at the county level.
Yes.
But you hear a lot about servers at the National Tallying Center.
Correct.
This is why I'm saying it is not IEBC's fault. The fault is from outside. But IEBC caves in to this influence from outside because it lacks one autonomy. And we have to find a way of framing up enough ring-fencing IEBC so that they are autonomous. There was a lady in IEBC who resigned. Her name is Rosalind Akombe. Rosalind Akombe wrote a paper, and I think if you Google Rosalind Akombe, you'll find it. It's about 100 pages. And every Kenyan who is interested in elections, you'd read what Rosalind Akombe did. Whatever you say about Rosalind Akombe, three things. She's a very good writer. I've never met her. She's a very good writer from what I've read. And she's able to write things very analytical. Now, for example, in 2017, the courts ruled that the election as was conducted was null and void, isn't it? Do another one. But the court also graciously stated, in the intervening period between now and the next election, please do the following.
Correct.
And those things were itemized and listed.
Correct.
None of those was done.
Exactly.
The Supreme Court tells you we have nullified. Listen, listen. Look at how momentous it is. The Supreme Court tells you we have nullified the election.
Correct.
And says we are allowing you to do another one in 60 days or so.
Correct.
Then tells you out of their own goodness of heart that, okay, in order for the next one to be better, please look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. IEBC never looked at those things.
Why?
Very good question. If you look at Akombe's report, which Akombe has said, Akombe calls it end of tenure report. That is a misnomer because she she resigned halfway, so there's no tenure there. But it's a very informative thing. Tells you the problems they had. In October, in 2017, Chebukati, who was the chairperson of IEBC, I think it was October 7th, a few days before the election.
Right.
Chebukati, one of the things that we Kenyans have is we are superficial, we are artificial. We don't want to go look at things. Chebukati gave a statement a week or so before the election. And that statement was a letter that Chebukati had written to Kenyans. It was 7 pages. And if you look at that letter of Chebukati, it is full of lamentations. This man is the chairman. He's running an election in about a week or 2 weeks' time. And Chebukati is 7 pages of lamentations, where he's saying, I was supposed to do this, I cannot do it because my commission can't allow me to do it. Chebukati said it all. You know? I don't think anybody wanted anybody is better than Chebukati. In short, what Chebukati was saying, hii kitu imenishinda. There are forces outside there. There are people outside there which are making it impossible. This is why I've come to the conclusion it is not IEBC. Even this thing of saying technology. Technology will not cure you from your own human proclivities. I mean, if you're a thief, you're a thief.
Exactly.
You know, technology will not help you.
It'll help you
and
steal.
Technology, yes, nowhere. There is nowhere else in this world where introduction of technology makes an election or any other endeavor perfect.
Correct.
I hear you.
It won't.
Our
But
time-
we still have technology. One, remember this technology that we have, every election cycle you bring a new one. Like they brought the Kim's kit.
Correct.
This election now we are going to, they'll buy another one. Because the Kim's kit shelf life is about 4 or 5 years. It has expired. So now, IEBC, I saw the other day that they've got a budget for building new headquarters of 3 billion. In addition to those headquarters of 3 billion, you'll have another 3 to 4 billion acquiring new new technology. The technology is acquired from places like France, and they don't use it there, but they bring it to us here. Once I went to Germany, to observe an election. I was surprised that in Germany, the ballot boxes they're using are those old ones. You know, they're not opaque.
But they still fit for purpose.
Boxes,
exactly. Those ones, those bad ones.
Exactly.
That's what they use. Which we discarded decades ago because we thought to be transparent, you need the one
transparent box.
Literally transparent one.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now we are saying you need technology. So it is not technology. We have tried technology. Technology hasn't worked. Now we have tried another thing. But the problem is...
But why is then the cost of voting for Kenya? That's technology.
Ridiculous expensive.
Chebukati still said Kenya does the most... is one of the most expensive elections in the world. Correct. Because per vote, if you compare other countries, it's $25 to $27.
Correct.
A single vote in Kenya. If you compare to other countries, India is only $2. Ghana is $12. Nigeria, $9 to $12. The US, $10 to $15, South Africa $4 to $5, Canada $12 to $15, the UK $3 to $5, but Kenya it's $25 to $27 per vote. Why is it that expensive?
Number one, it is how you do it. You see, if you run an election in Kenya, you require the police to guard the police station. You pay them. In India, the police who guard the police station are not paid. That's their work. In Kenya, you pay them. In Kenya, when you go to a polling station today, you arrive at a polling station, isn't it? You'll find about 5 to 6 people there. None of those people is an employee of IEBC. And not at the polling station, the people you interface with, all of them are non-IEBC staff. They are hired. Okay? Introduce this technology that we keep on buying every now and again. It is one, expensive, and two, it is not reusable. So every time you have an election, you must buy new technology. You must buy these things new. Three, which is very, very important, is that if IEBC was truly autonomous and they came up with their long-term strategy, and their funding was secured, you know, IEBC would now be responsible, would now be answering to the would now be able to answer and say, no, this is what we want. But as it is today, IEBC budget is and these commissioners who appointed yesterday, Prof, they will discover to their surprise very soon. They'll go to Parliament and they'll discover the real people who dictate what you do in IEBC is Parliament. And they'll tell you, you want to buy this from so and so. So we will continue having this expensive election in Kenya, and we will continue complaining about it.
Correct.
Because we believe, one, technology. And if technology doesn't work, more technology.
Correct.
Now,
our time is actually coming to an end, but you know, Prof, just to hear your comments about this, but also then to ask the question that, are we essentially saying that there's no faith in this IEBC to do the things that are required to do?
Oh, definitely, there's no faith, and you can see even such a basic thing that is of concern to me as a taxpayer, as in the cost of elections and why that is expensive. The behavior is exactly the same. It's like the fellows building 1.2 billion churches in State House. There is no respect for the taxpayers' money. Where you get into IBC, and what you try to do in collusion with Parliament and others is to make it as expensive as possible. Of course, because of that, then we also have a scandal-ridden IBC. I don't think there's any time that IBC didn't have a scandal, including even Major's own time in IBC. It's a scandal-ridden IBC, and it's partly because of this focus on money and focus on looting the country as it actually were. Now, honestly, how do I trust that you'll deliver for me an excellent election while I actually have already decided and everything points out to the fact that you're a thief? This is what's happening. It's thieving at national level. It's corruption at national level. IBC is one big corrupt institution. And I was saying that what is needed in IBC, if the gods of the Turukanas, if not for Abraham, gets into the head of Ethekon, then what he needs to do is to get the mantle of leadership and actually, crack the whip and say, fine, although you put me here, I will actually create an institution that can be answerable to Kenyans. I'll create an institution that can be freed from the demons and the vagaries of corruption in this country that starts right from the presidency all the way to the MCA down there. An institution that for the first time can deliver something that people can think through. I'm asking a very basic thing, that you're telling me you can put all the thinkers in this country, all of us in this country, and we can't tell you a very simple way of actually tallying and transmitting the presidential votes in a manner that every mother in the village can see that, that makes sense. We only have 290 constituencies. Is it possible that, because Kenyans don't understand maths, is it possible that then you can actually aggregate this to 290? We only have 47 counties. Is it possible that you can then aggregate that at 47 so that those who cannot handle numbers beyond 50 can then, use these things? But what happens is after we've been looted, after the technology has been bought from KIEMS, after servers that are hosted in France and I don't know wherever, after all these things, we can't say 1 + 1 = 2. This Kenya, honestly, what we have is terrible behavior. I mean, if I was running this country, what I'll be doing every 5 years, there'll be bloodbath. I'll be hanging all the IBC guys. I'll be hanging quite a number of politicians, hanging a few judges, so that we can drain the swamp and make this country healthy again.
I hear what you're saying, and I hear you both. Major James Oswago, who's a former IEBC CEO, has been here this morning, and Professor Alfred Omenya, of course, saying it as it is, been here with us this morning, policy and governance expert. Thank you. We've gone past 9 o'clock, 10 minutes past actually. We want to thank you both for being here this morning. Our time just goes, and it goes
thank
like
you
that. Asante sana, and looking forward to the next conversation. Thank you so much. Thanks. 10 minutes past 9. We'll be back after this.
Beautiful insight.
Thank you.
It's a state of science. Instead of being Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Good morning at 13 minutes after 9 o'clock. This is the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this 14th of July. And we get into things this morning, and you do it because you're connected.
Yes, and thinking about connections, it's important to make that switch, especially when you are having issues with your internet and you're thinking, okay, what's the backup plan? I have the plan, and the plan is very, very simple. It's just making that power move and switch from 4G to 5G. And to get that router to connect, because it's very, very portable, it's only costing 2,999 Kenya shillings to just get you connected. You will forget the issues of lagging when you're playing your video games, or the buffering when you're streaming your favorite series, or you're streaming your movie, or actually streaming these particular shows you're watching right now and you're experiencing any buffering. Get yourself a Safaricom router, 2,999. And if you're asking where do I get this, visit any Safaricom shop, or visit or go to masoko.com or Quickmart supermarket, or dial star 400 hash and make that switch. Safaricom, feels good to be home.
And even when you think about it, wealth isn't just what you earn or invest, it's what you pass on to the people who come after you. And for many high net worth individuals, legacy and values matter just as much as capital. Standard Chartered Priority Banking, they say, we go beyond the numbers. Their team helps you with estate planning, ensuring your wealth transfers seamlessly, while also preserving the values you hold dear. In a world that's constantly shifting economically, politically, even tax-wise, adapting to change is crucial. With Standard Chartered, you're not reacting, you're prepared. So this is about more than just financial success. It's about sustained, intentional wealth. Start your journey today. Why don't you? Email wealth.ke@sc.com, because if not now, then when? Now is your time for wealth. And as we continue, Eric Omondi is here. And there are some words for the president. And dear Mr. President, this morning, Eric Omondi, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you guys doing?
Well, okay.
Good.
Salama.
Fantastic.
Salama kabisa.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. You've been a busy man.
I've been up and down.
Okay. We'll get into it in just a minute. And some of the things that you say are very glaring because as you've been up and down, you've seen certain things. You know, a lot of us, a lot of people, we get engaged, we speak. Yes, indeed, some out in the streets, investigating, talking here and there. But a lot of people don't actually know what's really happening. And that's what we want to have a conversation about this morning. But before we do that, Dennis Aseto is going to welcome you with today's proverb. And then we would like to hear what you interpret that to be.
Yeah, and our proverb today comes from Nigeria. And it is a country with over 250 ethnic groups, and 3 major ethnic groups includes the House of Fulani, Yoruba and Igbo. Now, religious diversity, Islam is dominant in the north, especially among the Hausa, and Christianity is dominant in the south and middle belt. It is a country that is rich in oil, and recently Aliko Dangote put up a refinery plant to ensure that the country is self-sufficient, because for a very long time Nigeria has been producing this oil but gets to import it. You wonder how at some point they don't have fuel to serve the country. But let's go to the proverb today. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. Ignorance makes one not realize meat is cooked. How would you interpret that?
Ignorance makes one realize meat is cooked. I think I interpret it to mean lack of awareness of a necessary process. Like you just enjoy the meat, but you don't realize the effort maybe behind it, the time taken to, from the cow being born. I think it's to me it speaks of the process. You're ignorant of the process that went through maybe something that is sweet or enjoyable.
Right. Wow. That's The human mind is an amazing thing because you get to think about the ways in which things are interpreted, that you don't realize, actually, no, you didn't think about the process through which, and so because you're ignorant of it, you just assume that it's a normal thing.
Exactly.
That's great. You know, so things have happened, haven't they? And then you were involved in many of these things, just being on the ground. Of course, that's what Sisi Kwasisi does. And then, you know, being a community mobilizer to then be able to get people to come together. And we've seen you do this over time. And then most recently, there's been a lot more engagement. And as you speak to dear Mr. President this morning, what's really happening on the ground when it comes to, you know, protests and things? It's a protest, the day passes, we go on. Saba comes, the day passes, we go on. And sometimes we don't remember. What are we looking at now? 38 people having died from Saba protests, and even before that, the numbers that we have seen in terms of what was happening. But then you were very engaged in going to the ground. What did you see?
I've seen a lot. Okay, I remember one of my aunties was telling me, Eric, you need therapy. I've seen a lot in the past 2 months. The ground is worsening. It's worse than last year. It always gets worse than last time. We've lost more people. Lots of them are still lying in hospitals, injured. We have hundreds of injured Kenyans, and most are not even buried yet. So I've gone around. In the last 2 months we've buried around 9 people. And you can imagine the weight of that. And it's horrific that in the midst of this, that the rhetoric is still shoot. After all this, after we've seen mothers cry, we've seen fathers traumatized, we've seen bodies being dragged on the knee, and we expected that leaders would then take a call for maybe something other than shoot more, because the young people of this nation are speaking loudly. They are calling upon the leadership clearly, and all the leaders need to do is to listen. Not call for talks. I saw someone said somewhere, after young people have spoken for 1 year, the leaders are calling for talks, meaning they're not ready to listen. They just want to talk. So ground is worse. And I was praying and hoping by 2025 it will start getting better. And I don't think it's going to get better until or unless they get what they want, and those are the Gen Zs, they're gonna get it. I've seen clips of young people as young as 19 on TikTok saying, tomorrow is Mandamano. If I don't come back, this is my number, this is my mom's, leo nimevangu kama hii, and that is deep. So to the leadership of this country, the young people are not going to stop. They want to stop at nothing until they get what they want. Give it to them. Listen.
You see, Eric, when you look at what is happening in the country, and you're saying that the ground is basically ground in chafu, in Haribika every day. We look at some of the initiatives that you do, and let's look at some of the responsibilities that ought to be government responsibility. The bridge that you built for the children to be able to go to school over that river. Let's look at even during the floods that happened in the country. We were told about the county government had invested in a boat. We never saw that boat, but we saw your boat. You were El Capitan at that point. And now we even look at what the young people are saying, and the rhetoric that comes from the government continue to shoot. We do not care what is happening. The government hiring goons, and now there is a conclave that has been called by Raila Odinga. Is there any signs that they will listen or they even care?
They don't care. They don't care, and that's where the problem begins. You see, the generation of Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the president, that entire generation, their time is up. It has nothing to... Actually, I was telling my friend, I come to think of it, it's not even about Ruto. I pity him all of a sudden. It's just unfortunate for him that time has come when he's on the chair. It's come to think of it, it's not even about Ruto. It's a time that has come, and I keep saying and repeating, it's like a woman or a mother who's gone into labor. There's pain, but there will be a child. So there's going to be a new Kenya. And it's just very unlucky for President William Ruto that imepata kama India with president. Yeah? So they won't listen, and the Gen Zs won't budge. It's a very weird situation, because they are, even the Bible says you cannot put new wine in old wineskin. Yeah? It's over it's not the time for dialogue, talk, coalition, broad-based. This generation the millennials have had all these things from Moi, from Kibaki, from Uhuru, and they won't listen. They won't get it. They won't take it from Ruto, because wamefika mwisho. They called on. If look at what happens every time the president tries to do what they want. They still don't take it. They even brought the president to X spaces. They said, okay, mnataka ni X, antakuja. Akikuja wataki. Even the president, kwani sasa mnataka? They just want a change of system. They are tired of corruption. They are done with tribalism. They cannot stand nepotism. Hawataki tribalism. And this generation wanajua soft life. They are woke. They are educated. They are literate. Kibaki alichoma kaleta free primary education. This generation, what they want, these are the fruits of wokeness and literacy and education. See kama sisi, these kids, they know what they want. They know there's money. Na unaiba. Kwani unadhani Moi kujenga nini? Haku renovate State House? Kwani Kibaki haku renovate State House? They used to do it, but today, if you touch a coin, tutaona tu kwa standard, sijui tunaionanga aje. Iko tu na iko na detail. Today, you think people are not getting shot in nini during Moi and Kibaki? They were good, but today there is, and it's also God. Today, there's always a camera rolling, always.
But Eric, isn't that then the reason why Ruto was saying during Kibaki's time amukuwaletea shida hivi, during Uhuru's time hakusumbuliwa hivyo, mbona yeye?
It is very unlucky. There is going to be a new Kenya. Guys, let me tell you the truth. I'm not a prophet, but I'll prophesy. There is one thing that I'm sure of, is there's going to be a new Kenya. There's going to be a new generation of leadership, and this parliament, I will come back on this chair. None of them will go back. Very few. Less than 5. I promise you.
Let's look at options.
Yes.
A new generation, new governance, new leadership. Let's look at options.
Yes.
Currently, as it stands.
Yes.
So you have Ruto on one side.
Yes.
And those who are supporting him.
Yes.
And those who are in leadership from MCA level all the way to governor.
Yes.
Then on this other side, You have now the other realignment.
Yes.
And this is a coalition of people who are in the previous government,
Yes.
or even governments in quotes.
Yes.
Now they are rallying themselves together. So you have the former Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua.
Yes.
You've got former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka. You've got sorry?
Wamalwa.
You've got Wamalwa, Eugene Omala. You have Martha Karua. You've got Justin Muturi. You've got I've mentioned Rigathi Gachagua. You've got Linturi, and you look at that whole setup, and they are crisscrossing the country as the option to liberate this country. Are you saying there's a third option?
There is only one option. The opposition and the people in government, let me promise you guys, none of them will be in office. They can only rally to support the agenda of the Gen Zs. The only people who might be like other people will be on the side of the Gen Zs. This wave, let me call it a revolution, is unstoppable, is unpredictable.
What makes it unstoppable? Are we talking about something that comes from inside, where people have said, you know what, we are actually tired.
Yes.
This whole process has exhausted us to the point whereby we can't. Are people actually at the wall where everything they see at every turn, you're saying education? I mean, look at what you do with Sisi Kwasisi. We see you coming out during the protest, but then sometimes what people may not know is that there's somebody who's looking for school fees. Sisi Kwasisi there. Somebody in hospital. Somebody's bills cannot be paid. You're rallying people around these issues all the time. So these are problems that people face. Yes. Somebody's trying to see how they can help, like that. These issues plague the country at the moment. And then on top of that, like you said, there's corruption. People are stealing the money that's even available. Okay. Have people gotten to the point whereby they say it's too much? Because something must be fueling this idea in your mind that this wave is unstoppable, that the only thing that is going to stop it if the current regime is not in is changed. So what fuels that unstoppability of this wave?
It's a passion from within. I like the way you've articulated it rightly. It's wamefika mwisho. And it's a very dangerous place to be. The people are on their own. And this, since independence, they have, people have, wamechukua tokafika mwisho. And now they are willing to die. And now they are dying. They are leaving their house and saying, I might not come back. And they're okay with it. Now that's dangerous, yeah? And you see, the numbers, the numbers are mighty. Yeah? I'm saying it's unstoppable because of it's not just it's not a normal wave. Yeah, it's not a normal wave. Then it's a people who've decided they must get whatever they want. Yeah, this old guard, whichever side they stand on, I highly doubt they will be in office in 2027. In fact, we are going to rally young people. We are beginning something. We're going to call upon young people to take up leadership, and we're going to campaign for them. We are artists. We're going to talk to the South Souls of this world, to the calligraphs of this world. We're going to talk to even international artists. Tutaenda Busia pale. Tuseme huyo anaitwa Wepukhulu. Ndiye anasimama MC hapa. He's 27 years old. We will rally them. We've started with Sisi Kwasisi. We are going to raise funds for young people. New faces. We're going to identify to ensure that hata huyo Ruto akijipata amerudi ndani hata kuwa na numbers kwa parliament. You understand?
Eric, one of the biggest disappointments, there was a period where people are talking about the old guard. You remember the conversation of the old guard versus the young tax? Yes. So there was a rallying call around that theme during that election. So we want to do away with these old fellows who've been recycled time and time again in government, and they are old style of politics. So we are tired of that. We need new tax. And that's why we ended up having even comedians in parliament. We had a lot of young people, professionals, getting into positions of leadership in this country. And for the first time, people felt we at least have fresh faces. Now let's look at the leadership style. Only to realize as the years have gone by that they've ended up becoming even the worst compared to the old guards. You listen to the statements they make in parliament, you listen to the statements they make outside the parliament, they've ended up becoming the worst. So what are the guarantees that with this wave, because even at that time there was that wave, we want young people. There are people who have voted into parliament who never had a single shilling to campaign, but people actually voted them in. But they got to parliament and the rest is history. So what are then the guarantees that with this wave, the overriding factor will not be we're just moving in a wave, then we get these people in, and then we end up having a same disaster.
We won't have the same disaster because the problem with the comedians and the artists that are in parliament now, they're less than 5. For example, let me speak for that because I'm a comedian. They're less than 5. And you see, you cannot take a fresh fish and put it in a sack of 1,000 rotten fish. Itaribika too. And then these are mouthpieces. These are people who have been bought. These are people who are under chamas and they have obligations to fight for their kings and lords. They have directions. They have scripts. And they're being used. Even Juzi too, I was so mad. They called a press conference to castigate young people, to tell us to support Ruto. You can tell that young man is not speaking. Kuna tu microphone amekewa hapa. Sasa sema hii. Amepewa pesa jana usiku. It's so shameful. Because I know some of them that my friends. I can see your body language. That's not you. They on the eve of Sabasaba, they all came out. Then there's also another comedian who used to be. I can't even talk to them. I can't even face them nowadays. It is such a shame. One came on the parliament last year when we were protesting, and then said he was being asked by I think one of the other MPs, what do you say about by a media? What do you say about the young people demonstrating? How can they recommend you hapa nje parliament? Oh, those TikTokers. The content, unajua YouTube wanatafuta pesa. They're just doing content, they are dancing, they have no impact. And then they're told, but these numbers are so big. Look at this newspaper. Those are doctored. I'm a digital creator. I can tell you this. Can you imagine that? So these people are not. They are not leaders. They are politicians, and that's Kenya's biggest problem. We have too many politicians and zero leaders. So the difference is in numbers. We want to take over the parliament so that we're not controlled. Parliament was bought. Parliament is in government. Parliament is part of the executive. They have orders. They have orders from above. And useme hii, va hivi, pitisha hii bill. But what really can they do? Hakuna, mwingine alikuwa recalled juzi.
Okay, so the question has to be then, how will you be sure that moving forward any of that would be different? But let's take a break and then we'll come back and discuss this, because how would it be different? Because I know also Dennis has a question that he wants to ask after he tells us that today is the 14th and you can get vaccinated still.
Yes, today is the 14th and it's the last day for the vaccination of typhoid and measles rubella, because every child deserves a healthy start and life, but threats like typhoid and measles rubella continue to endanger communities. Now, typhoid is a serious illness spread through contaminated food and water, and measles is highly contagious and can lead to severe complications, especially in young children. Now remember, these diseases are preventable. All is not lost. Now the Ministry of Health is rolling out a national vaccination campaign that is ending today. Children aged 9 months to 14 years will receive the typhoid conjugate vaccine, while those aged 9 months to 5 years will also get the measles rubella vaccine. All vaccines are free and safe. Health workers are ready to serve you at public health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship across the country. These messages brought to you by the Ministry of Health, UNICEF, WHO, and development partners, including conversations we're having right here on SpiceFM.
Indeed. Watu wa Thika Road, looking for a health facility? Well, usiende mbali kutafuta dialysis. The Aga Khan University Hospital has brought dialysis near you at their Roy Sambu Specialty Center. The medical center is SHA certified, and you can use your SHA coverage to pay for your dialysis. So other services available at the Aga Khan University Hospital Roysambu Clinic include chemotherapy. They also include endoscopy and daycare surgeries. And you'll have specialists from pediatricians to gynecologists, family physicians, gastroenterologists, general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, ENTs, dentists, dermatologists, amongst others. The Aga Khan University Hospital, world-class care here and now. For more information, call 0730-011-888. That's 0730-011-888.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The Ministry of Health is conducting a typhoid and measles rubella vaccination campaign in all the 47 counties from 5th to 14th July 2025. The typhoid vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 14 years. The measles rubella vaccine will be administered to children aged 9 months to 5 years. These vaccines are safe, effective, and available free of charge at all health facilities, schools, markets, and places of worship near you. Typhoid is a serious disease that spreads through contaminated food and water. Maintain safe water and sanitation even after receiving the typhoid vaccine. Measles is highly contagious. It can cause severe complications and even death. Vaccination against measles offers the best protection against the disease. Let's protect our children from typhoid and measles rubella. This message is brought to you by the Ministry of Health in collaboration with UNICEF and the World Health Organization.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Partly cloudy conditions remain in Nairobi. Currently, this morning at 16 degrees, it's 17 and sunny in Nakuru, and 16 and sunny in Nyeri. Eldoret at 17 is sunny, and Mombasa sunny at 25, with sunny conditions at 27 in Malindi. 22 and cloudy in Kisumu, while Kakamega is sunny at 20. 20 in Kampala and sunny as well, while Dar es Salaam is sunny at 25. It's 11 degrees and sunny in Johannesburg, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny, and Addis Ababa is sunny at 17. The sun is up now after hazy skies at 24 in Lagos, and it's cloudy at 22 in Kinshasa, 33 and sunny into Beijing, while at 21 Paris is sunny, and it's sunny at 20 in London. We'll round things out in New York, where it's mostly cloudy at 25.
Spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
So if you're one of those unfortunate caught up in the snarler up on Mombasa Road this morning, it is because there is road construction going on. It started yesterday. That massive traffic jam that you saw yesterday afternoon is continuing well into today. We've also seen that there's traffic on the expressway heading out towards the city, but then as you get to MPPS, you're fine. So it's that stretch that comes in from just after General Motors all the way through towards the beginning of the expressway going towards the Southern Bypass or heading out into the city. It slowed things down quite a lot this morning. So if you're stuck in that, think about a few minutes more, and then, but if you haven't, you want to also think about using the back route because you'll be stuck. So that's about the worst of what we see right now. We're coming out of traffic hour. Except for that, talk to us through the morning. Spice FM, KE on X. In at 21 minutes towards 10 o'clock, and Eric Omondi still here with us this morning and saying, okay, so if not this way, then which?
And if it's not this way, which way? Now let's go back to let's look at the age average right now of Parliament. It's around 49 years, and that goes to speak of a relatively young Parliament. And if you speak in terms of the leaders that we have there right now, we will remember the time when the Langata MP went to State House saying that he was going there for development and whatnot, and how that was such a big conversation, including with Raila Odinga, who said, you are betraying us because we have a position as a party. But you look at these young politicians that we have in parliament today, these development issues that they're going to beg for, first of all, it is the right of each and every constituency for each and every leader to get this development. All you need is to come up with a motion, go to the ministry, make your demand, and that would be factored in through budget. But as we have this discussion with these individuals that you have engaged with for a very long time, and it seems as though now that they're there, it's all about themselves and not about the people. So how then do we ensure that with the young people now that are coming together to form the next government, how do we ensure a repeat of what we've already seen does not happen in the future? How are we making sure that they will stick true to the goal?
We change the status quo, we overhaul the system. You see, all these politicians have been held captive by the system, either the people in power or the people in opposition. These young people, the five, I call them the five, or maybe the four. Hakuna kitu watazafanya. There's a lady, the senator mwenye alitolewa juzi. Yeah, that's a very good example. You cannot go against your master. So we're going to overhaul the system. The problem is the system. And these people are not going to change. They are there to eat. They campaign to be elected to steal. And that has been the culture from independence. To grab land, to hoard money, to steal. Basically to steal from people who are dying. They wanaiba pesa za dawa. They don't care. It's a culture. So we need to overhaul that. And the fact that these people are shedding blood on the streets, that is good. That's a good example enough to show you the intent, the intention. They want change to an extent that they're willing to die for it. They have seen the evil, they know the system, and they're going to change the system. So we believe that when this new crop of leadership comes in, it's a totally new system, one that understands their generation and their struggles and their time yao wengine ilikuwa ni kuiba, imekuwa tu ni kuiba. Government, politics, leadership has always been just stealing, tribalism, nepotism, greed, basically. And it's an African thing. Yeah, we are going to change that by bringing in a new way of thinking, by bringing in accountability, like what we're doing with Sikwa Sisi. We are going to identify young people in the 47 counties. We're going to take our time, and we're going to ensure that they're the right people. And if by any chance they go in there and they're not the right people, they will meet our wrath. Hii kitu na happen inaenda kuendelea. Utapata tu wrath yetu. Hautakaa kwa hiyo parliament. You will not. You will sign. You will sign and say, this is what I'm signing to. If in case I do, and other countries do this, people resign in the UK. Prime ministers resign because of systems. I held a Bible to this. Na leo nimeshikwa nimeiba land hapa ya orphans. Bro, you're going home. You are going home. People died. People shed blood. And I keep saying that these young people who are dying on the streets, akina Alberto Juang, akina Boniface Kariuki, akina Eric Shiani, they are no different from Dedan Kimathi. They are no different from Mau Mau. They are dying and shedding blood, fighting for a nation. You know, Dedan Kimathi alikuwa anafanya kwa bush. It's exact. Ni vile sasa hawako tao. They have been buried. Their brains were blown out. So these are freedom fighters. These are exactly kama the Mau Mau fighters. And so, bro, if you look at what's going on, that should be evidence enough that we are hungry, we are angry, we are tired, and nothing short of change will satisfy us. We want them to go. And if anyone is listening who talks to the president, we are saying maliza uende. And to the entire leadership, malizeni muende. Na musipochunga, hamtamaliza. Because now, people already died. So to cross your line. President William Samoei Ruto, maliza uende. Na usipochunga, hautamaliza. And that is how life works. That is how democracy works. Because the power is with the people, will always with the people. And I keep saying, how many government officials are there? Less than 2,000. How many Kenyans are there? more than 56 million. You must listen to the people, whether you like it or not. And my advice to the president, he almost got it right, and then he fell back. My advice to the president, there's always a chance for all of us. Even President Ruto has a chance to redeem himself. All you have to do, unfortunately, is fire the entire government. Fire every minister, every PS, every head of parastatal. Fire them, take a month, breathe. There's no government, we just have cronies, yeah? So if I was I saw you wrote there, dear Mr. President, if I was to advise him, I don't ever have the authority to do that. I would, there's a time he fired his CSS, and I saw Gen Z's kidogo wali step back and said, okay. And he was alone for 2 weeks. And the country, it'll calm down. The only hope for this government is to restart. Zima your computer, restart. Because tumekataa Murkomen. Hatutaki Sudi. Hatutaki kuona hao watu wako. I'm telling you, mimi niko kwa ground. I keep asking these people. There is no hope.
Eric, conversation viloko kwa ground. If you listen to the statements of these politicians, over the last couple of days, you can clearly tell there is it's not even an undertone actually now. That's how it started, but now they are speaking out about this Unimtu wetu. Speaker Moses Wetangula was actually addressing some people, and he was telling them, you are the one who gave us your son. Protect your son. He was actually telling the Kalenjins, protect your own son because he's being attacked. Then we saw the Belgut MP repeat the same thing again. Besides other things that he said, he was saying that we will protect our own. You will not just come in and think you can eject Ruto after 5 years. No. And so many other politicians. There is a tribal card that is being played here, which is a very old card in their playbook.
Very old.
How does it resonate qua ground with the young people that you interact with and with the movement, as you call it? Are they buying into it?
No, young people actually planning to, I don't know how legal that is. Apparently on the night before elections, our parents watatafuta ID zao sana.
Sorry, what? Well, I know you're a comedian, Eric, but some
of our parents,
I don't know what that means.
Some of our parents will really look for their national ID cards.
Why?
Watazipata.
Because?
Ilikuwa hapa jana. Otis, umeona ID yangu? We will hide them. Because they are the problem. What he just said. Our son, our daughter, our people. In 2025, it's an old card. It's outdated. It's shameful. This young generation of AI and Gen Zs and digital currencies. I mean, I've traversed this country and I interact with young people. The last thing when they're interacting in town or wherever they are is tribalism. Wewe unakuanga Mkikuyu. Awe ni Mjaka. It's the last hata iko kwa brain yao. Yeah? So we are going to talk to our parents because they are the first thing I want to ask young people is to make sure they are voters. Wakue na kura. Alafu number 2, we are going to deal with our mothers and fathers. Na hii kitu ya unaenda kupiga kura for leaders, not politicians. I saw some of them walikuwa naekwa kwa basi.
Yeah.
The women, mothers. The same day we are holding a requiem mass for Boniface Kariuki, and the mother ako pale ana faint. Kuna mama moja ana faint hapa, mtoto wake ameshutiwa, wewe uko Kawangware unapanda basi. Young people are not they're not going to accept that card. They have seen it, they have heard it over and over again, and I think these people will be caught off guard because they're not listening. Yeah, they still think wanaishi kwa in that era. Yeah, so that's why they still go to the mic and say, "Protect your son." Yeah, our people must be in government.
Do they want to have a conversation?
Yeah.
Do the young people that you're interacting with, do they want to have a conversation?
No, they don't want to talk.
Because Raila Odinga has called for dialogue.
You know why? We've talked. We've talked.
Mmechoka.
Kitu na happen, wait and say they govern. They don't want to talk. They don't even want you to listen. They want you to go. If you can't go today, finish and go in 2027. So let me just tell you, the young people in this nation don't want to talk to you. Yeah, they're tired. Wamefika mwisho. Yeah, wamefika mwisho. It's like a cheating husband or wife. It's too much. Imeisha. It's over for you. It's over for your time. It's over for your generation. Yeah, and it has nothing to do with Ruto actually. If you go deeper, it's just a time has come that your system must be changed. So we don't want to talk.
What happens come election? Now you have to obviously, if you want to be in a position of leadership, we saw for the very first time the last election where we saw a rise of independents, and we started seeing, so actually you don't need to belong to a big party or a big coalition. You can get elected as an independent. How are the conversations along party lines in terms of those who want to get into these positions? Are you looking, for example, yourself to run on an ODM ticket or UDA ticket or any other party? Or is the thinking going beyond party lines to now go independent? What's the wave
We're
like?
going beyond party lines, beyond tribal lines, and beyond... we are hoping and praying. If we have a party, then it has to be a Gen Z party. But we would encourage independence. This wave, we're going to use it. It's enough fuel. This anger, we're going to use it. If you want to... Where do you come from, bro? Unataka kusimama wapi?
Nani mimi?
For example.
Hapa tu Nairobi wapi? For example.
Acha niseme Dagoretti North.
Dagoretti North. So I will call my friends. I have 11 million followers here. 11. BN has his, Calligraph has his, all these young people who are influential. Then we say we're going to deal with his constituency for the next 1 month. Tutafanya concerts, tutafanya road shows, tutagonga door to door, collect dough to print t-shirt. Because we have the wave, we have the anger, we have the desire, we have the passion. We will ensure that he becomes the next MP, even on an independent ticket.
Pesa itatoka wapi? Pesa itatoka
wapi? Pesa zinatoka wapi?
So Dennis will not have to pay
no,
to do that.
No.
All
We'll just ask him how much he needs. He needs 30M. We can raise that in 10 minutes. It's the numbers that count. We see it on Sisi kwa Sisi. Juzi hapa to raise over 10 million in less than 48 hours. We don't need him to touch anything from his pocket.
So what you're saying, you're coming in with your social capital.
Yes.
And you're saying you're going to use that and tap into your networks to support those you think are worthy candidates.
Yes.
And how can you guarantee that will work and it will not have holes in it like what we see where, Eric Omondi is the one who's supporting, did the money go to the family? Who was involved, what we've heard, which of course, people are saying, Eric didn't handle it properly, this other party didn't handle it properly. How will you then run away from the things that seem to then still plague, us in terms of accountability management, things like that?
We will forge forward. We understand how government works in terms of attacking and fighting. It's a war, it's some sort of a war. So we've seen those things, we expect them in the future. For them to attack our systems and say there's no accountability here, how sure are we? But we will forge forward because we have been in training. Like this is because this has been enough training for me personally. I've been attacked, people have been slandered, and we have learned. But one thing we've learned, I've personally understood is that we will keep moving. We will crawl, we will walk, we will run, we will swim. But he will be in that office.
But we will move.
We will move. We'll keep moving. We will not be distracted. And I know they will do that. But I can assure you that nothing will deter us.
So, Eriko, as we talk about tutaficha IDs za wazazi, right? There is also the other aspect of the young people making sure they have the IDs, that they register as voters, because that is the only sure way that they can participate in this electoral democratic process to be able to change the system. So are you having these conversations with the young people, or is it something that they are aware of and need to equally demand? Tusikuje tukaambiwa machine ilidai.
Actually, now that you guys have offered me a platform, and thank you very much by the SpiceFM and KTN, one of the main reasons I was happy when Molini Pigia is that, because if there's a young person in this country, because I know they're listening and they're watching, if you're a young person today, make sure you have a national ID. Make sure, otherwise all these deaths, all this bloodshed, all these mandamanos, all this we're talking about is null and void. So make sure you have a voter's card, because at the end of the day, that is how we're going to ensure we have this change. That's how we're going to ensure we vote out these people and we vote out fresh blood. So we are starting now. We started a bit earlier to ask young people to start thinking as leaders, start thinking most importantly as voters. Yeah, our parents have done their part. Yeah, now it's our time to vote out this government. And in fact, I would tell them to focus sana kwa parliament. To focus sana kwa parliament. And by the way, somebody asked me today in the morning, Rico, sasa what's the way forward? Sasa nyinyi mta change nini? One of the things we're going to do, I was doing my math. It is possible to have free education from lower primary all the way to the university. It's possible to have free healthcare. One of the things that we are going to do now that there is IEBC, and we started the process and we already collected signatures, we are going to do away with overrepresentation. We are going to do away with the Senate in its entirety. We're going to do away with the women rep. We're going to do away with the counties. Why do you have 47 counties? For what? And you said it. You said it. No, you're saying the MPs go to ask for development from the president. Right now, every week the president is meeting a different governor with the entire county. So devolution anafanya kazi gani? You're not supposed to go beg. We are going to do away with the 47 counties. We're going to revert back to the 8 provinces. So we will have 8 counties. Is it 8 or 7? 8. 8 counties. We are going to do away. So if we do away with the Senate, we do away with the women reps, we do away with the nominated members, and then we do away with the 47 counties. Do you know how much money that is? For example, the deputy governors, so one of them was saying, "Ata juangi kazi yake ni nini? Anasomanga tu gazeti." Do you know how much that guy earns? He earns over $1 million bob. Bado tujaeka allowances. So yeah, he goes home, every month he goes home with like 3 point. And one of them was telling us on live TV, ata juu anafanyanga nini. This is the change we're talking about. Women rep gone. Kazi ya Senate, over one Kenyan is represented by 16 people. Akona president, akona deputy president, akona Musalia Mudavadi ni Prime Cabinet Secretary, akona CS, akona assistant minister, akona PS, akona administrator huyu assistant minister, sio anatuanga aje? CS, akona CS, akona MCA, akona senator, akona MP, akona women rep, akona chief, akona county commissioner, akona regional commissioner. 16 people are and then they're overlapping. That's why there's no development. Juu barabara ni mbaya, nikienda huko chini, nasema hii barabara ni mbaya, nasema ni MCA. Mwingine anasema hapana, hii ni kazi ya MP. Hapana, hii ni ya governor. There's confusion. There's overlapping responsibilities. There's overrepresentation. That's where the money inapotelea. So now that the IEBC is here, we are going to keep collecting signatures. I don't know when it will happen, but it will happen. We have to reduce the counties. That's one of the ways to save money, so that tukuwe na enough money ya kuweka hizi vitu kama free education. Yeah. So that's one of the things we are looking into. I don't know when it will happen, but I can assure you.
Is it something that you see needs to be done, or is this a collective mindset of people that there's overrepresentation for the Kenyan people, and that is one of the sources of money going out the window? Or is this an Eric Omondi thought?
It's not an Eric Omondi thought. It's not an Eric Omondi thought. We've gone around the country. We had started collecting signatures. We stopped because we realized there was no IEBC. We will continue with it. But it's not an Eric Omondi idea. Actually, it's not something I came up with. It's something that I had people talk about here. A lot. A lot. Some guys in Kisumu, that's when I first got the idea. They were having that conversation. And they were talking about a road. That's what I've talked about. They were arguing over who is responsible for a road, a certain road in Kisumu. And they're like, no, it's the MP because, no, this is a smaller one in MCA. Apana, hii ni a county. Ama ni women rep. Women rep ajengangi barabara. Women rep ufanya nini, by the way? That conversation. But when women, what do women reps do? When we were passing when we were fighting the finance bill, the one that we managed to stop.
2024.
Do you know it was a man who identified that there were taxes on pads? Not a woman rep. So, because a women rep, if they can't even see that pads are gonna be taxed very highly. What do women reps do? Honestly, wanafanyanga nini? We don't need.
So overrepresentation is one of the big issues.
It is the biggest. Actually, a lot of money is not lost in the national government. It's not lost up at State House, apart from Izoma churches and Nini. A lot of money is lost in the county level. Palekwa County. Look at the stadiums. The stadium that was being built in Isiolo, the one that Morara went to see. It looks like just an M-Pesa shop. Nikitutu kadogo hivi. Alafu anasema wametumia 235 million. Yeah. So a lot of the money is lost in the counties. Yeah. So it's one of the things that we pray and hope and believe. It may take long. It may happen as soon as we would like to, but it must happen.
Okay. Good to hear from you, Eric. And also, just some of the things that we see practically, education, health, debt, those things. You say that with curtailing all of these issues, that some of these things will be conversations of the past?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Simple answer. Eric Omonde has been here with us this morning. It's 2 minutes past 10 o'clock. Thank you for ending the Situation Room this morning with us. Thanks so much. We look forward to more conversations with you. And thank you on this 14th of July. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning. It's 2 past 10.